Welcome to the Launch Masterclass. I am so excited to be here. I'm so excited that you are here. It's an awesome day to be you. It's an awesome day to be us. We have a full week of excitement ahead of us. So just a little orientation. If you've never joined me before, this is just a little bit of a setup here. So I'm just going to do a little housekeeping here for a couple minutes, and then I'm going to head back over there to the main set to get lesson 1 started. So welcome. I'm in my secret headquarters here. It's exciting. We've been building up to this for literally a year. That's my team. I've got a big team these days. My team's been working so hard. They're all behind the scenes to make me look good when I step up in front of the stage. So some quick housekeeping. We're going to go, since this is live, I don't know exactly how long we're going to go. I'm going to teach, and I'm going to teach my heart out, and I'm going to give you as much as I can. Typically, I would guess, we're going to land somewhere between 2.5 and 3 hours. For those of you tuning in from the UK and from Europe, I know it's going to get late for you. For those of you who are who are in Australia and New Zealand and up super early with me, thank you for getting up so early. I want to make it worth your while. So yeah, we're going to go 2.5, 3 hours. We're going to have 3 lessons here. And those lessons will go today, tomorrow, and the next day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday here in the U.S. And it's going to be awesome. And then that's just a warm-up. We're going to have more cool stuff all week long. It's going to end next Friday. So some housekeeping here. If you've got this is going to change some people's lives. Some of you watching, your life will never be the same. And I know that sounds like hyperbole, but it's not. I've seen it empirically over the years. I'll talk about that in a minute when I get back over there. But so focus. This is 1 week to change your life. 1 week to change your life. Turn off those distractions. You're sitting there, maybe you're watching me on your computer or your laptop or your phone, and I know you got all kinds of things there you got news alerts, and you've got email alerts, and you got Facebook, you got Insta. Turn off all that stuff. I mean, if you're watching me on your computer, put your phone in airplane mode. There is nothing that you're going to get, no notices, no notifications that are more important than your future. And that's what this is about, is building the future that you want. So turn off all those distractions, shut the door, turn off the ringers, get ready to focus in on me. We're going to move fast. 2.5, 3 hours. It's like, okay, well, typically I'm used to watching like 6-second videos, or, it's like, we're going to make it move fast. You are not going to believe how fast it goes. So turn off all those distractions, get ready to focus on me. I'm looking at some of my notes here. We are live. There will be a replay, so you can go back and watch it again. I highly encourage you to be here live with me the entire time for the next 3 days, because this is the reality. Is I've been teaching online for 25 years, and I've learned what works for people and what doesn't work for people. And when you say, yeah, I'll just catch the replay, the odds are, well, we know how that goes, is you probably are not going to find the time for that replay. So be here live. The energy's higher. My coaches are in the comments watching. Now, we're streaming all kinds of different places, but the best place to be is on our concierge page at productlaunchformula.com. My coaches are going to be in there watching the comments, answering the comments. I'm actually going to be watching the comments as well. So go to productlaunchformula.com, that's sort of your home base for this next week for this Launch Masterclass. All the resources are going to be there. The downloads are going to be there. The extra videos are going to be there. So we've got an entire experience for you for this coming week, this Friday till next Friday, unless you're in Australia, then it's Saturday, I guess. Anyways, go to our concierge page, plug in there. I will be answering your questions live through here. So type in your questions on that page. You might have to register for we use a plugin to manage the comments. It's called Discuss or Discuss. It's one of the secrets of the universe of how you're supposed to pronounce that. But you might have to register just one time there, and then you'll be registered. You'll be able to put in your comments, your questions. So please put in your questions. We'll be gathering those, and I'll be answering them throughout the broadcast. What else do I need to say about that? Also, the funny thing is this is beaming all over the world, but it's just me and a camera. And for the most part, that's what's going on here. So I'm trying to bring the energy that could possibly change your life this week. But when you're in the comments, just give me feedback. That feeds my energy as well. So help me out, leave some comments. In fact, tell me where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where you're watching from. Let me just check my notes. I think, one last thing. There will be a replay, but we're going to have a super secret segment, That means there's one little segment in here that's going to be cool, but it's going to be secret. Why it's secret is we're going to cut it out of the replay. It won't be in the replay, so you have to be here live to get the super secret segment. And just, full disclosure, I'm doing that as a carrot for you to try to get you to be here live, because I know being here live will make a bigger impact on you, and that is why I'm doing this. That's why my team is doing this, to make a big impact on you. Like I said, this could be the 1 week to change your life. Okay, that's all I got for you right now. I'm going to head back over to the main set and get going. So the Launch Masterclass, it's going to be awesome. Buckle your seatbelt and get ready to go. "2020 hasn't been the year that any of us expected. Things that seemed so secure at the start of the year seem a lot less sure right now. But every challenge has the seeds of opportunity inside it. And this crisis is no different. Now is the time to lean in. I've been through crisis before. I know that first you survive, and then you thrive. I'm Jeff Walker, and for 15 years, I've been teaching people how to launch, how to create and grow their online businesses. And now, over the next week, I want to show you why now is the best time to launch. Welcome to the Launch Masterclass, because it's time to launch. Welcome to the Launch Masterclass, Lesson 1. I am excited to have you here. I've been looking forward to this day for literally a year. We have been planning this for a year. When I say we, it's myself and my team. When I started this business, it was just me down in the basement, trying to make ends meet, trying to figure stuff out. That was a long time ago, 1996, when I started. Now I've built up this team, and my team and I have been building up to this week to deliver this masterclass to you, to deliver an incredible experience, to show you how to launch. That's what this first lesson is about, how to launch. Now, you might say, okay, how to launch? Well, why should I launch? And what should I launch? That's what this over here in red, that's to remind me to talk about that stuff. Why should you launch? The reason to launch, what we're talking about is building an online business, either starting an online business or growing the business that you already have. And the reality is if you don't launch, if you just create something and put it out there and hope that it sells, it won't sell. You have to have a structured launch the way Apple launches their products, the way Hollywood launches their movies. You have to build up into the launch to get people excited, to get them stoked, to get people's attention, to cut through the clutter, to set yourself apart. That's why you need to launch. No one shows up slowly in their business and launches. And that's what we're talking about. You know, the reality is I've been in online business for 25 years. I've been teaching people how to launch for 15 years. And so, you know, this whole idea of an online business is ingrained in me. Now, the reality is, well, we're in 2020. And has it been a crazy year? I mean, we started off with those Australian wildfires, and then we had this little pandemic thing, and then we had just this massive social, racial unrest that just felt like it was tearing this country apart. And then now we have Oregon and California it's heartbreaking. It's blowing up. This 2020 isn't the year that any of us bargained for. None of us are living the year we expected to in 2020. But the thing is the internet is open for business. The internet didn't get shut down because, you know, when I started out, first the question was, I'm talking in the 90s, can you actually make money online? People actually asked that back in the 90s. And then a decade later, it was like, why would you want an online business? Well, back then it was you want an online business to give you the freedom to live where you want, the freedom to work when you want, the freedom to work with who you want, the freedom from your job and the grumpy boss, the grumpy co-workers, that freedom to define how your lifestyle, what's your lifestyle going to be? You know, I've been afforded this amazing lifestyle where I got to move out I can live anywhere in the world I want. So I moved out into the mountains in Colorado. All these freedoms, that's what an online business is. And then the freedom to make the impact you want. The freedom to be able to help people. It's sort of like, you know, many of you heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Well, that's, for me, the hierarchy of freedom is like, first you want the money, and then you want the lifestyle, and then you want the time, and then you want the impact. And that's what drives me these days. I've been very fortunate to have a very successful business for a very long time. And now, you know, it's great that the business does well and makes money, but really what I'm here for is to serve entrepreneurs and would-be entrepreneurs, to help them build their dream life so that they can go out and make an impact. And as we go through this Launch Masterclass, we're going to be together for the next week. You're going to meet a lot of people, a lot of my students that have been able to make an incredible impact in the world, just an incredible impact in the world. So there's all these great reasons why you want an online business, but now here in 2020, we saw another one. You know, the internet's open for business, and online businesses didn't get shut down. And, you know, I'm super sensitive to all the pain that's happening right now. The physical pain, the people that are sick, the psychic strain, the psychic pain that people are going through right now, and the financial pain. The economy, yeah, the stock market's hitting new highs, but if you look underneath, unemployment's still crazy. Underemployment is crazy right now. But online business is doing great. We just had a coaching call just yesterday. It was a bunch of our students, and they're all reporting this is like they're having their best year ever. And this is something you almost have to whisper, right? Because you don't want to go, there's so much pain out there. You don't want to be screaming it from the rooftops, I'm having my best year ever. But the internet's open for business, and most of my students, not all of them, some of them are selling widgets, some of them are selling art, some of them are doing one-on-one services, but many of them are selling digital products, online courses, retreats, even virtual retreats, virtual workshops, virtual seminars, memberships, training programs. And, online education is the new norm. I mean, if you've got kids, school-age kids, they're probably being, in the last few months, they certainly understood what online education is. But it's not just for kids these days, it's for adults. And what we're seeing is the consumption of online education has never been higher. So that's a little bit behind why you would want to launch and why you would want an online business, because there's nothing like it. So I just want to have got a few disclaimers for you here before we get rolling. So this masterclass is the core of what I call the product launch formula. So I'm going to be teaching these next 3 days. We've got 3 days of these big lessons that are going to run 2.5 to 3 hours each, maybe even longer. Who knows? It's all live. It's unscripted. It's live. Not sure on the exact time, but 2.5, 3 hours, but really it's a week-long experience. This is a week to change your life. You're going to meet people who have changed their lives going through the product launch formula. So a few disclaimers. It's just trying to make it, so disclaimer number one, I'm just here in my secret headquarters. This is my home. We call this my secret headquarters. This is where we get the work done. And it's just me and a few cameras. You've got this main camera right here. I've got another camera right over here. I'll be taking some questions and stuff. Every now and then we'll go to this camera overhead that shows the whole set. And then we've got Dan over here. Are you on, Dan? You want to say hi?
What's up? I'm Dan. I think I'm supposed to say more than that. Hey, I'm host. I'm running the show. I'm going to be question master and looking forward to an awesome time.
Cool. We've got a very skeletal team. We've got Kristen over here. Kristen runs my entire company. She is my chief operations officer. And we also have a great big team. We are now up to approximately, I can't even keep track anymore, about 30 people on the team. It's nuts. It's nuts, but it's been a gradual growth since we first added Betty to the team. Betty was the first person on the team back in like 2006. And so we gradual growth, 30 people. So those 30 people are all behind me supporting you. You're going to see a lot of them in the comments, and they're just making all the magic happen. We forgot. I got one more camera. We've got the special squirrel cam over there because every now and then we have a squirrel show up on our deck, either a squirrel or a chipmunk. And if we have one out there, I'll point it out. So
squirrel versus chipmunk is like quite the controversy. Like the OGs of the PLF live stream will know.
Yeah. Absolutely. So a few disclaimers. This is not a get-rich-quick deal. What I'm going to show you is a proven formula. I've had over 1 million people go through this workshop, this free workshop. That doesn't mean 1 million people have joined my paid training. 1 million people have gone through this free workshop. I think it's safe to say it's made a small dent in the universe. My students have done over $1 billion in sales, $1 billion with a B. So this, so a massive, it's proven, this works. I'm going to show you that it works, but it's not get rich quick. It's not you put a button on your social media and money comes flying out of your phone. That doesn't happen. There is work involved. Another disclaimer, I'm going to be teaching you the product launch formula, this process that I have created, and it's created all that amazing success. I also have something called the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program, which goes way deeper into all this. As we get later into this masterclass, I am going to be opening up registration for the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program, and I'm going to be doing my best to convince you to join, because I know that's where you're going to get the best results. That being said, I'm going to teach my heart out from this Friday until next Friday in this launch masterclass. We have live session today, how to launch, session tomorrow where we talk about the 3 primary types of launches and which is good, best for you. And then on Sunday, we have the open cart, and that's where I'll teach, well, you'll see. We'll get into that in just a minute. Well, open cart. And then that's just the start. Then all the way through next Friday, we're going to be adding more specials, more goodies, more awesomeness. We also, after this is over today, in another 2.5, 3 hours, we have a special after hours session with Barry and JT from my team, and they're going to be doing an after hours session and answering even more questions in the Facebook group. So, like I said, this is a week of nonstop awesomeness, and really it's a week that could change your life. It's a week that absolutely 100%, I guarantee, this is a guarantee I'll make, will change some people's lives. Some of the folks that are watching it, and the only question is it going to be you or not? And I think the answer of whether you're going to be the one that just shows up, and it's all sort of cool, and the one who completely goes and creates a new life for themselves, I think the difference is just leaning in, going all in. You know, this has been a trying year for all of us. It's been a trying year, but like I said in that first montage, it's like where there is crisis, there's also opportunity. And this is a year to just buckle up and do your best to lean in and to be resilient. Because, well, yeah, lives are going to be changed right here in this week. So, well, let me just double check. Like another thing I wanted to mention is in the setup, I have a computer here. This computer's got some notes in here, like a couple bullet points. I have a monitor over there that my team can send me little messages and stuff like that. I've got another monitor over there where I can see what you guys are seeing. I've got an iPad over here that's out of the frame, but I can watch your comments coming in there. Please put your questions in there as we go through. I'll be answering questions throughout this master class. I mean, all the way through here, we're going to break. I'll be taking questions, but type them in all the way through. Type them in now because there is a little bit of a delay between when I say something and when you hear it. So type in those questions, and we'll be collecting those questions, and Dan will be feeding me those questions, and I'll be answering them. So please put in your questions, and yeah, let me just double check to see if there's any more notes. Well, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but we're streaming this a few different places. If you're watching at productlaunchformula.com on our concierge page, that's the best experience. That's where my coaches are going to be answering your questions. That's where I can see your comments. So go there. And I think there are going to be a few clips here where I'm going to be playing some videos. So it's going to bounce between live and video, and it'll be real obvious what's what. So yeah, welcome to the Launch Masterclass. Like I said, this is proven. You know, it's been a remarkable journey for me. Started my online business in 1996. In 2005, and stumbled onto this idea of launch. And in 2005, I started teaching people how to launch. And it's been a crazy ride since then. And it's all based on this one thing that I did, one process, let's call it that, one process, one part of the formula that I discovered. And it's called the Sideways Sales Letter. So we've all seen how the big companies launch, how some of the most successful companies in the world launch. You take Hollywood, and if they're coming out with a new film, they'll have trailers. It used to be one trailer, but now the trailers start a year ahead of time. And there's a series of trailers to get people excited. And then as they get closer, all of a sudden, the actors just magically are going out and doing interviews. Why are they doing interviews? Because it's part of their pre-launch. It's getting people excited before they can even go watch the movie. You look at Apple, one of the most valuable companies in the world, and they are doing multiple launches a year. They're getting people all excited about their new phone. They're getting people excited, so excited that they're waiting in line outside the stores before it's available. How do they do that? They start teasing about that phone long in advance. Before it comes out, there's rumors, and then there's a big media event, and then there's previews, all building the anticipation. What they're doing is turning their marketing into an event. And this is the key that I've brought to this market. So I've been doing launches. So what this entire series is about is taking that power of the launch that Hollywood exploits, that power that Apple uses, and it's bringing it to businesses like yours and like mine, like little micro businesses. We can't get that media exposure they get, but we can turn our marketing into an event just like they did. And that is the Sideways Sales Letter. So the Sideways Sales Letter, I've been developing this for 25 years. I've been teaching it for 15 years. And the reason I've been doing it and teaching it for so long is it just keeps on working. This is a proven formula. It is about taking your marketing, turning it into an event so you stand out from the world, so that you stand out from all the noise, so that you stand out from everyone else in your market that's publishing. Because there's a lot of people that are publishing right now, but if you follow this formula and you build value for your people, because this is about building value. The first time when I stumbled onto this, and I did, it was an accident the first time I did it back in 1996. But I saw what worked, and I kept on tweaking it and tweaking it. What works is delivering value ahead of time, but it's not just putting out some random videos, putting out some random emails, doing a random podcast. There's a formula, and that formula is the Sideways Sales Letter. So we build value, we build value, we build value, generally 3 pieces of content in your pre-launch. And your pre-launch might take place instead of putting out maybe a long form sales letter where people are scrolling through pages and pages of copy, putting that out there and hoping people see it and hoping people like it and hoping people buy it. You're going to build value over a period of time. We're going to take that Sideways Sales Letter that might be 3, 5, 10, 20, 30 pages long, and we're going to put it on its side. And your sequence, it might go for 5 days. It might go for 7 days. And over that time, you'll do 3 pieces of content. The first one is what we call the opportunity. It's showing people that there's an opportunity that they can make their life better, that they can have more pleasure or less pain. That's what, if you boil everything down to, that's what it boils down to. That they can learn to quit smoking, that they can learn to meditate, that they can learn to play guitar, that they have that opportunity, that you can show them. And when I say you're giving value, you're really teaching here. You're full out teaching in that first piece of pre-launch content. The second one is about the transformation. So if the first one's a little more theoretical, that people can have this change, they can quit smoking, they can learn to meditate, the second one is about making it real for them. Again, it's real teaching, absolute real teaching. That leads into the third piece of pre-launch content, which is ownership. It's about them taking real ownership about this change that's coming in their life. And then that will eventually lead into what we call the open cart. The open cart is when people, it's your shopping cart, is what we're talking about. Opening up your shopping cart. That's when you start taking orders. That's your launch day. So your Sideways Sales Letter is your pre-launch leading up into your actual open cart where you start taking orders. And when you follow this process, and I've had thousands and thousands of students do this, and they've had over $1 billion in results. Amazing. $1 billion with a B. When you do this right, at the end of that third video, and maybe even before that, people are going to be saying, oh, it's enough already. Just take my credit card. Let me buy from you. Because you've built such value and you've delivered value that in a way, in a story arc, so that it leads into your open cart. That's what the Sideways Sales Letter does. It turns your marketing into an event. It changes you from someone that's just out there shouting, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff. And it turns you into a helpful partner in their journey, where you've delivered enough value in that pre-launch that even if they don't buy from you, they still think, wow, this person's really delivered for me. I love this. But the reality is if you do this right, a lot of them actually will buy from you and you will stand out from the market. This is how you launch. Like I said, this is a proven formula. But the thing is, I love to teach the formula and I love to teach the theory, and we can go deep on that, and we're going to go deep on that. But the thing I really love to do is teach from example and teach from the real world. And now I'd like to share someone with you who has done the Sideways Sales Letter out in the wild.
So my name is Lorraine Dahlmeyer, and I am the CEO of the award-winning online school Formula Botanica. We're a big online cosmetic formulation school, and we train people how to make their own natural skincare and hair care, and soon makeup, hopefully, and how to turn that into a business anywhere in the world. And we currently have almost 11,000 students in 164 countries. And we teach some of our very best content in this Sideways Sales Letter, because I want people to look at us and realize that we are the market leaders. And I can only do that by showing them how good we are. And typically what I want people to walk away with is that they think, wow, if this is the free stuff, the paid stuff must be amazing. And that's literally what happens every single time we run one of these launches. You know, the quality of the Sideways Sales Letter that we've created over many years of refining leads to people thinking, wow, this company is trustworthy, they have great social credibility, they really know what they're doing, and I want to come and study with them. So that has a phenomenal impact. And as you can see, we've got almost 11,000 students now. So it's been very, very successful for us. So yeah, it's all about just making people think, wow, if this is the free stuff, what must the paid stuff be like? And just making it a fantastic experience. I'm trying to take people on a journey. So first of all, I want them to start to think, oh, maybe I could do this as well. What's the opportunity? What's the possibility out there? And I start to sort of pique their interest by getting them to think about what it might mean to be a skincare formulator. What would that look like? And then for the next one, I really want them to start to think about the transformation that they'll be going through, and to start to think about the ingredients they'll be using. And we're showing them different ingredients, we're getting them excited about those ingredients, and I'm giving them checklists and blueprints for making sure that they can choose the right cosmetic ingredients. And then for the third one, I really want them to already start to think, what would it be like to be a student with Formula Botanica? And there's that ownership experience where I want them to think, wow, I've learned so much from this video. This must be what it's like to be a student with Formula Botanica. And when I first went through PLF, it took me a while to fully understand what those terms meant. But now I've put it into practice, I totally get it. And it is so logical and so simple and so effective that by the time they get to the fourth video, and we show them what their future could look like. And I typically, I have a whole table filled with graduate products at that point, and I'm picking them up going, wow, this is Sam in Miami, and this is Geeta in Mumbai, and they get really excited. And at that point, we've converted people and they are ready to come and enroll with us. Now, the first time I filmed PLF, I was at my day job. I was using their conference room at the weekend. I was using the whiteboard in the conference room, just sort of writing on it. And I have refined those videos so many times over the years, to the point that last year I actually hired a professional camera crew. There were 7 of us, people following me around with mics and all sorts of cameras in my face. And I had a guy managing the teleprompter. So I've really evolved the launch masterclass that we run, this Sideways Sales Letter, over the years, to the point that it's now a huge event that we redo every couple of years. But we get phenomenal feedback. I mean, the last one we ran, we had 33,000 people take part. It was enormous and hugely successful, obviously, since we sold $1 million worth of courses. So for me, it's really about thinking about what our customers want, what they're looking for, what objections they might have, and what they want to learn from us. And that all goes into this Sideways Sales Letter and has been a huge success for us.
Don't you love how Lorraine just slipped that in there, that, we did $1 million in sales? Ridiculous. And we'll release a full case study with Lorraine coming up. It'll be in the masterclass. We'll give you the full case study, but I will tell you, she started this. She was working for a living, had a job, and she ended up being mommy tracked. She left to have her baby came back, and her position sort of really wasn't there. They didn't have anything for her to do. So she said, I've got enough of this. She left, and she didn't do $1 million launch right away. Her first one, I think, was like 34,000 pounds. And yeah, she's amazing. But let's get tactical here with the Sideways sales letter. So I saw a question in there, what's PLC? Great question. So PLC, so first of all, here's my super fancy diagram of the Sideways sales letter. If you want to just give me some thumbs up for how fancy it is. And I'm a little bummed that it's not quite, it leans a little bit. But anyways, we're all good. PLC, pre-launch content. So please write that down. That's a good one to write down because someone else is going to ask that question and you're going to be able to type in. It means, you'll be able to answer their question for me. That means pre-launch content. So there is part of the Sideways sales letter that we call the pre-launch. In fact, I'm going to put that down here. This is the pre-launch. Dan, can they see that? Good. Is that okay?
Beautiful.
Okay, so this is the pre-launch right here. Pre-launch. That's your pre-launch. And during your pre-launch, you put out some content. Not just like it's just not, you're not putting up cat pictures on your Instagram. That's not what we mean by pre-launch content. We'll get to the pre-launch content in just a minute. So pre-launch content number 1, 2, 3, and 4. This pre-launch content, it's interesting because when I started out in 1996, it was just email. And then it was email and blog posts. And then somewhere around like 2000, in the early 2000s, I actually could start doing audio. Just like audio messages. That was like groundbreaking. And then in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, video started to become a thing. In 2010, we leaned big into video. And then, a few years ago, we started doing some of them live. Like this is live. You don't have to do it live. You don't have to do it via video. You can do it via email. You can even do it via social. Not my favorite way to do a launch, but you can still do it via social. But typically these days, because it's easier for most people to do video than to write, most people do a video. But even then, if you don't want to appear on camera, you can do a screen capture video and just, in other words, you're recording your screen and talking over it. So there's many different ways to put out this pre-launch content. It doesn't have to be live. It doesn't have to be video, but video is like probably the one that's used most often these days. Live is probably the second most often, but email is one of my favorites because it's easy and simple. So anyways, I'm going down a rabbit hole a little bit. So PLC 1 is what we call, I'm going to, opportunity. This is where we share the opportunity. So at the end of the day, whatever you're selling, you're either taking away people's pain or delivering pleasure. I mean, if you really boil everything down, it comes into one of those camps. But you're also giving someone the opportunity to change their life. The opportunity to change their life, which means like you might be, if you're teaching someone how they can quit smoking, if you're teaching someone how to train their dog, how to play tennis, how to have a meditation practice, how to have a better relationship with their kids or their spouse, or how to find a significant other, how to start a business building sheds, how to create a business, how to make your own skincare line, like Lorraine. In here, there's an opportunity for people's life to really change. And this first piece of pre-launch content is all about that opportunity. Some people don't like this opportunity word. Another word to think about is journey. The journey of how their life is going to change if they get involved in your world and what you can deliver to them. Second PLC is the transformation. And if this one is it's a little more conceptual. Like this is what it looks like if for the, to quit smoking, you're going to add these years to your life, you're going to be there for your children and your grandchildren, you're going to be healthier as you age, you're going to save money, on and on and on. This one is more about how their life, their personal life, even their inner life is going to change. It's the transformation. And if you're going to sell something other than like just a pure commodity, when you can go deep here in what it actually looks like for their life to change, if you can give them the feeling of their life changing, then you are 90% of the way towards making the sale. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about making the sale. I'm going to go off on a little rant here because a lot of times people are like, hey, Jeff, I hate marketing. I hate marketing, I hate sales. Or I'm just going to create a great product. If I just create a great product, then it'll sell. You don't need to market. I mean, let's be real, folks. If you just like that marketing, that stuff's all hypey, that's all scammy. The reality is you just create a great product, and that's all you need to do. And otherwise, you're just trying to manipulate people. Well, that's completely wrong. That's what I call hope marketing. That's where you put something out and you hope that it sells. You hope that it works. And hope, some of you have heard me say this over the years, because I know we've got people watching that have been watching me for a long time. Hope is a great word if you're shipwrecked at sea. If you're on a boat and it sinks, or you're on a catamaran sailing the world and it flips, and you're now trying to hang on to that boat and hope someone comes to get you, that's hope. That is hope. And you know what? In that survival situation, it's been proven that hope will keep you alive. But that's great for shipwrecked at sea. It's not great if you're trying to have a business. Hope doesn't work. Marketing works. But the beautiful thing I'm going to show you over this next week is how you can market with integrity, how you can market with authority, how you can market and be of service, how you can create value for people even if they don't buy from you. That's what this process is about. It's about marketing that your mom can be proud of. In fact, it's funny, the odds are right now my parents are watching this. They're big fans. They watch everything I do. And not only my parents, but the parents of people on my team are watching. I mean, so this is marketing that you can be proud of, and building a business that you can be proud of. Okay, so this third one is what we call ownership. And I'm going to give you an example on all of this. And this is where you give people the feeling of taking ownership of this transformation. It's also taking ownership of your product, your offer that's going to be coming up, but it's really taking ownership and starting to already feel this transformation, because their transformation starts before they even push that buy button. Well, actually, it starts before they push that buy button. And once they push that buy button and come into your world, when you do this right, that's where that transformation is. And this final one, which we're really not going to talk about today, we'll get to this more in lesson 3, is enrollment. And this is about getting them to truly enroll, both in your program, in your training, in your product, in your service, in your artwork, in your book, getting them to enroll and actually give you money, but also really enroll, and I'm ready to move forward and have this transformation. So these are the pieces of pre-launch content. This is your pre-launch, is PLC 1 through 3. This is typically 7 to 10 days. And it varies by type of launch and a few other factors that I'll get to in lesson 2 when we walk through really tactically how to take this and dial it down into the actual launch. There's 3 primary types of launches. I'm going to be teaching you all of them in lesson 2. And then we have this other thing we call, this is another one to write down because people are going to be wondering, I'm not going to write it out, but it's the OC, which is the open cart. Again, write that down because a lot of people are going to be asking that question over and over and over, and you can help me out by answering that question. It's the open cart. In other words, that's when we open up our shopping cart and we start taking orders, and it's a glorious time because that's when all the sales come pouring in, if you do this right. Okay, there is another piece here I want to talk about, and it's called the PS path. So the PS path is the problem solution path. And I want to thank my friend Lisa Sasevich, who sort of gave me the wording to really think this through and to describe it to you. But it's this idea of, well, actually, you know what? Just to give you a little more context here on the Sideways Sales Letter. There used to be this thing we called the sales letter. This is the old style of selling. This is the old style of marketing. And what I'm talking about is when I say old, I'm talking 100 years old. So there's this thing called the sales letter, and it started off in direct mail and maybe in advertising like magazines and newspapers. And the sales letter is something that was designed to sell things to people. And it might be, they would send you direct mail, and it might be 4 pages long or 8 pages or 10 pages or 20 pages or 30 pages trying to convince you to buy something. And in the early days of the internet, of online business, when I started out in the 90s, 96, 97, 99, the early 2000s, this jumped from that snail mail, direct mail newsletter over online, and it became this old style newsletter that you'd click on a link, someone would send you a link in an email, you click on it, and you'd land on this page, and there'd be a big headline, a lot of times a rather sensationalistic headline, and this page would start to load. And you know when pages load, but if you're on your computer instead of your phone, if you're on your computer, you see this little scroll bar, and that scroll bar, when the first page loads, it might be really big, but then these things would be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 pages long. And as it loaded, that scroll bar ended up getting like really, really small. So there'd be this headline up here. And when you got to this page, typically what I would do, what I think most people would do, is you would grab that scroll bar and you would scroll down to the bottom, and then you would look to see what the price is. And then if that price maybe that helped you decide whether to scroll back up here and start to read this letter to see if it was something you were interested in. This worked. This worked really effectively in the 90s and early 2000s. And frankly, there are times where it still works to this day. And there are times where I'll still use it. But in general, what we did was we took this sales letter, this long form sales letter that might be 10 or 20 pages, and we flipped it on its side. And that's why we have a sideways sales letter. There was a formula that was typically used, and that formula was PAS. That stands for problem. So they would define the problem. Whatever it is, you've been trying to quit smoking, but you haven't been able to do it. Then you agitate about the problem. You get them really feeling horrible, just rubbing salt in the wound of this thing that they can't change, that they've been trying to change, that they hate about themselves. So you make them feel really bad about themselves, and then you offer the solution. But you don't really offer the solution. What you do is you offer your product, and your product offers the solution. So this was the old formula, and like I said, it worked. It worked. There's times where it still works. But it never left people feeling really left anyone feeling good. And these days, in our more connected world where people are talking to each other and where there's so much content out there, this doesn't grab people's attention anymore. So the Sideways Sales Letter, which again, I've been developing it's been 25 years now. Really, that sounds a lot more sophisticated than it was. You know, those first 5, 6, 7 years, developing it, it's a little pretentious. I was just trying to figure stuff out. But eventually I did figure it out. And we ended up with this PS path. Instead of problem, agitate, solve, it's the PS path. So what we would do is we would define a problem here. And then we would actually give the solution right here in this first video or email or whatever. I'm going to just say video because it's easier to say, and most launches these days use some form of video. So you would define the problem, give the solution, and then, but here's the thing, is every solution has inherent in it the next problem. You know, there's no one solution to solve everything, right? You know, if you win the lottery, are all your problems done? No, you've got plenty more problems. So in this video, you give the problem, solution, and then you define the next problem. Then in here, you lead off, you reiterate this problem, and then you give the solution for that. But what does this solution have inherent in it? Go ahead, type it in the comments. What is inherent in this solution? Well, guess what? It's another problem. So then you come into this video and you reiterate that problem, and then you solve that problem, and then you give the next problem. And that will lead into the solution, which is also where you make the sale. So think about that problem, agitate, solve, where you're just making someone feel bad. They land on your page. If they read the whole page, they're just feeling pretty crummy about themselves. Maybe they buy, maybe they don't. Versus really delivering value here. Saying, you got a problem, I'm going to solve it for you. And then you solve it. Does that build trust? Yes. Then you point out the next problem. You're showing that you understand. Maybe you understand their life better than they do by being able to break this down. You define their problem, then you solve it here. And then once again, I mean, trust. You're building trust. You're building value. You're living in integrity. And then, of course, there's the next problem. You show up here, you give the solution. You have now solved three. They've probably never even thought about these different. They've probably not even gone through this breakdown of why they can't get to here. Why they can't get to, why this opportunity has been out there. They want a meditation practice. They want their dog to come when it's called. And why they can't actually make this happen. They've probably never broken it down at this level because they've just never thought about it. But you have. And when you do that, you become you become attractive. I'm not talking about physically attractive. I'm talking about someone who attracts attention in a good way. And so you've already solved 3 problems, and now you've built trust, and now you give, here's this last problem, and here is the solution. So, like I said, typically 7 to 10 days as you go through here. So you might release this one, and then it's 2 or 3 days later until this one, and then it's another 2 or 3 days, another 2 or 3 days to the open cart. And I'll talk about the open cart in lesson number 3. Stay tuned. This lesson number 3 is going to rock your world. It's going to rock your world. So that's the Sideways Sales Letter. Let me just check in here, see if there's anything I was supposed to do. Oh, I thought I'd do an example. Here, this is how it works. So say you're a guitar teacher, and say you have had, maybe you teach students one-on-one, and you got a nice little practice of teaching. And, you want to build what we call a leveraged business. You want to go from working with people one-on-one to like having an online business, so you're not, your income and your impact isn't limited to just the people you can work with one-on-one. You want to start to build out a program. and offer that program, offer a digital program, teach people how to play guitar online. This niche, I can't even count how many product launch formula owners are in this niche and have had huge success, because within the learn guitar market, there's 20 or 30 or 50 different sub niches. But say you're going to put your flag in the line of, you're going to teach people how to develop their repertoire of songs, so that they know 20 songs. And the reality is a lot of people buy a guitar and never play it. A lot of people buy a guitar and they play it and they play chords and they noodle around, but they can't actually play songs. So you're going to teach how to play a repertoire. So you're okay. So that at the end, you reverse engineer this. You're like, okay, here's the how to build a repertoire. Maybe that's going to be, I don't know, how do you spell repertoire? How to build a repo. I'm going to, let's guess, repertoire. I feel pretty happy I can actually pronounce that word. So this is where you're going to land people. How to build a repertoire, or how to play a repertoire, or how to play your first 20 songs. How to learn your first 20 songs, how to master your first 20 songs, something like that. That's going to be, maybe it's an online course, maybe it's a membership site. Okay, so that's where we're going to land. So where do we start off with? Maybe the start would be, you could teach the 20 easiest songs. So you could create a piece of pre-launch content that would be a video of you walking through 20 super easy 2-chord songs. Okay, and you could have a download that goes with it, with a list of them. And it could be a nice little piece of content. Okay, so because the first thing, if they're going to have 20 songs, or maybe it could be 100 songs, so they pick 20 out of them. So because the first thing is, if you're going to get here, you have to decide that you can do it. So you're going to be speaking to that. You're going to be speaking to the fact that they can do it. Absolutely, for a positive that everyone can learn a repertoire of 20 songs. And trust me, a lot of people will struggle with that. But if you show them the opportunity that this can be done and it can be broken down, first thing you got to pick, and I got a disclaimer, I'm not a guitar teacher. I do play a little bit of guitar. I'm not a guitar teacher. I don't have a great repertoire, so I know this a little bit from the pain side of this, but I'm not a guitar teacher, so I'm just making this stuff up. Anyway, 20 easiest songs. Okay, so you've identified those easiest songs, and you can speak to the opportunity, and the opportunity would be, if you own a guitar and you don't have a repertoire, I know that you've been sitting around at a party and someone spots your guitar and says, hey, play a song. Or, you've been at a campfire and you've seen someone else pick up a guitar and start playing that song, playing the guitar at the campfire, and all of a sudden everyone's singing along and they're creating this amazing experience. But you've had that guitar for years, and I know you can play some chords, but you can't play any songs. So I want to show you how to build that repertoire. And it just starts with one song. So I'm going to give you this list of 20 easy songs. I want you to pick out one song, and we're going to focus on that song. So but the thing is now that you picked out those songs, and here's the chords. It's a 2-chord song. You just need an A and an E minor. Anyone can do that, right? But to really make it sound like a song, you need to know the strumming pattern. So you see what I just did? I just went to the next problem. Problem is you can't play songs. Here, you need to pick the first song. Here's 20 of the easiest songs, 2-chord songs. But the next problem is, I know you can play those chords, but you need to know the strumming pattern to make it actually sound like a song. And in the next video, I'm going to teach you the strumming pattern. So we come into here and we teach the strumming pattern. Got it? Okay, so so we come in here, redefine the problem, we show them the strumming pattern for these 20 songs, and we show them how to decipher a strumming pattern, how to practice a strumming pattern. Okay, so we've now solved that one. Now, here I'm about to do the switch again. I'm about to go from solution to problem. Okay, so I just gave you the strumming pattern here, show you how to read it, show you how to do it. And I want you to practice this, 15 minutes a day for the next 3 days, and you're going to start to nail this down. However, the thing that I see people really struggle with is playing and singing at the same time. And that's what I want to show you in my next video. So then you come in here and you show them how to play and sing, how to practice playing and singing. You've now solved the third problem. Have you built real value for people? Absolutely. And this all leads into the next thing, which is how to truly build a repertoire. How to go from just beyond from one song to 20 songs. How to highlight, you'll go deeper into each one of these pieces in here. You'll break it all down, and you'll just deliver a fuller experience. And there's probably 6 other things that they haven't thought of that are problems that you're going to solve there. So does that all start to make sense? And again, go ahead and ask questions in the comments. I'm going to go over there and look at them in just a moment. And Dan, did we have any questions coming in?
Yeah, we do. How about this one? This one's an interesting one. This one's from Cynthia. Cynthia says, where do you draw the line with the free stuff, though? Like, how do you know how much to give away?
Yeah, that's a great question. And if you follow this PS path, it'll take you there. And you reverse engineer it. You start at the end. And the reality is, most people, before they become involved in my world, err on the side of not giving anywhere near enough. You want to give out great material. You can give some of your best material. And I mean, if you look at how deep I'm going here and how I'm breaking it down, the reality is I'm going to try to sell you something down the road. I told you that when I opened up my coaching program, but I'm going to go deep for 6, 8, 10, 12 hours throughout this workshop. So most people make the mistake of not going deep enough in here. The reality is, if most people aren't going to do what I do and do like 10 hours of content. That's absolutely ridiculous. Most people are going to do like a 16 to 18 minute video or 14 to 20 minute video here. And there's only so much you can put in each one of these as you start to dive deeper and deeper. So most people screw this up and they don't give enough valuable content. And as you start to take a look at the PS path and break it down, it starts to become obvious how you can sort of thin slice this piece, thin slice this piece, thin slice this piece, so it leads into your offer. It's always great to start with your offer first. You think about your offer, and then you reverse engineer this.
Okay, so here's one. This is an interesting one, actually. This one's from Anthony. Anthony says, most information these days can be found, word is a little funky. Most things these days, information, what I'm providing can be found for free online. Why is anyone going to pay me for it?
Yeah, this is a great question from Anthony. Thank you. This is bad thinking. The reality is you could go to YouTube and type in how to launch a product and get a 7-minute video. And in fact, there's probably a whole bunch of 7-minute videos, maybe some 12-minute videos, maybe even a 20-minute video, but they're not going to go anywhere near as in depth as I do in my free stuff or in my paid stuff. The first market that I was in was teaching people about the stock market. I published newsletters about the stock market, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of newsletters about the stock market, endless videos, endless articles. But people will still pay for a curated experience. They'll pay for wisdom. They'll pay for stuff being broken down and actionable. They'll pay for the interaction. All I can say is that pretty much whatever your market is, Anthony, and obviously I don't know what it is, there are probably, the first thing you want to do is you want to see if anyone else is selling information in your market. And if they are, that means that someone's doing, you want to have competition. You want there to be other people because that shows it's a viable market. So, yeah, this idea that everything's free, everything's online. Well, you know what? No, you're going to appeal to the people that want a shortcut. You're going to appeal to the people that want a solution, a proven solution. You're going to appeal to those people that don't want to scroll through 100 YouTube videos. You know, some of you are on my Telegram channel. We got a Telegram channel going. And if you haven't started following me on the concierge page, it'll tell you how to get Telegram messages. And I've got a secret channel going on behind the scenes here, sending out Telegram messages to folks that'll sort of give some of the bigger behind the scenes picture. So on that concierge page, there's a link to my Telegram channel. But you know, we've never used Telegram before in one of our master classes. So you know, a couple weeks ago, I was trying to figure out how to use Telegram, and you know, I went to YouTube. It's like, how to use Telegram? Well, you know what? There's a bunch of videos on how to use Telegram, which is an app. But none of them. They were slow. They were hard to understand. They were essentially useless to me. And I would have happily paid right there at that moment, paid for a course that would say concisely, here is your Telegram, here's your plan, here's how to do it, and give me the shortcut. So, you know, I've been hearing this idea of there's too much free stuff out there. In my market, which is teaching people how to build a business online, there's endless free stuff. And yet I've got a pretty nice business, and I've got a team of 30 people, and you know, we've sold tens of millions of dollars of product. And you're going to meet a lot of people. You know, Lorraine, you heard from Lorraine already about making your own skincare. I absolutely guarantee if you go to YouTube or if you just go to Google and type in how to make your own skincare, there's going to be endless results on how to make your own skincare. She's did $1 million launch not very long ago. In fact, Lorraine's in another launch right now. She's doing a launch right now, and I'm willing to bet she'll do another $1 million in sales. So this is just, it's inaccurate thinking, because you're not appealing to the masses. You're appealing to the people who want the shortcut. You're appealing to the people who want a curated experience. Sort of beat that one to death, didn't I, Dan?
It's good to hear. Okay, so now I think it's time maybe for one of my personal favorite segments, which is, will this work in my market? And you know, we see this all the time. We see all the crazy markets and niches that people are launching in. But what do you feel about just like knocking through a few of them like pretty quick and just saying like kind of how you've seen these work?
Yeah.
Okay. How about nonprofits? They work in nonprofits.
Yes.
How about for launching?
Well, part of this masterclass is we're gonna release a lot of case studies, because I know there's a lot of, will it work for me? Will it work in my market? Will it work in my situation? Will it work in my language? Will it work in my country? Will it work for my kind of business? And so I'm going to release a ton of case studies, a bunch of case studies. I think we've got over 60 of them in all kinds of different markets, niches, you know, you name it. And we do have a great one for nonprofits. It absolutely will work. I personally, in my business, I've raised millions of dollars for nonprofits. In fact, there's 2 nonprofits I've personally not given the money, but I personally within my business have raised one over $1 million, and one it's probably multiple millions. In fact, I'm sure it's multiple millions. Plus, there's another one where it's hundreds of thousands of dollars, all for these nonprofits, and I've done it all using the Sideways Sales Letter. So it's worked in my business, and it's worked for raising money for nonprofit, but it's also, I think we're up to having built like 7 schools in Kenya now. I think that's what we've done. You want to see a cool video, go look for Jeff, just go Google or go to YouTube and type in Jeff Walker builds schools in Kenya or something like that. Jeff Walker Kenya, something like that. And you'll see it. But so it's worked within my business, but it's also worked for nonprofits. Absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna have to go quicker on these. Sorry, Dan.
I was wondering at what point do I just like, you know, hit the mute button here. Anyways, how about launching a book? Can you launch a book?
Yes, absolutely. If you don't use this formula to launch a book, you're probably not going to be successful. Too many people think their publisher is going to market their book for them. If you're an author, you're responsible for marketing, and you need to launch. And we've had many successful book launches in the PLF community.
What about a product that's primarily for enjoyment rather than for solving a problem or solving a pain point?
Well, I mean, I think, so I think probably half of our stuff is for enjoyment. We have artists who are selling art. I don't know if that counts as for enjoyment, but we've had many artists. In fact, recently, one time at our live event, I was showing a bunch of, bringing a lot of people on stage to talk about what they've done, and so many of them were artists that someone said, hey, does this only work for art and artists? So anyways, it will absolutely. Now, if it's just like a comic strip, you might be able to use some of these principles, but I don't know. But yes, I would say that most or half of our things do land in that enjoyment world.
Okay, what about working with, what about coaching, like working with people one-on-one?
Well, so this is the deal, is if you are working, well, first of all, you can use it for selling coaching. It's phenomenal for selling coaching. If you want to continue to work one-on-one, your biggest problem if you take people through here is capacity. You'll get so many potential clients, you won't be able to handle them all. So that's a problem with that. But what I would encourage you is to think about moving from one-on-one to one-to-many. There was a time where I coached people one-on-one on how to do launches, but I could only work with a few people at a time, or one or two people at a time, or really one person at a time. If you're working as a one-on-one coach, your income is inherently limited. Your impact is inherently limited by the number of hours. The only way you can raise your income is by raising your rate, and even then, you're still tied to your hours. So you want to end up building out a product and start teaching via your product. And I'm going to be going deep in that in lesson 2, where lesson 2, I'm going to show you the seed launch, and that's all about getting your first product and getting some leverage. Because that's the thing, is if you have a one-on-one business, it's not really a business, it's a job. It's a job. And it can be a great job, and you might not want to leave one. You can keep on doing one-on-one, but if you do this, and you build out a product, and now you're leveraged and you're one-to-many, you can still do the one-to-one, but the reality is then your rate will go up a lot, and all of a sudden you're going to, when you can sell a digital product, which is really what we're primarily talking about, we'll get to physical products too, but when you can sell a digital product, then it's inherently scalable. People can be buying from you 24 hours a day. It's not just when you're sitting down to do a coaching session.
Okay. 2 more really quick?
Okay. Really quick.
One is, this one's kind of mixed. It's like B2B, but it's if you're not selling something, it actually says, what if you're selling something boring as software asset management?
There are people in the world it's not boring to. What's the first word?
Software asset management. Didn't we actually just do a case study on this? Or something fairly similar to this?
Very, very similar. We're going to release software asset management. We're going to release a case study, very similar market. It's not boring to someone whose job it is to deal with that management, who deal with the security there. It's not boring to them. And so, we had one, I don't actually have this case study anymore because we did it so long ago that I lost the video, but someone who was using it to sell CRM packages to Fortune 500 companies. So customer relationship management packages. It's not boring to the people that are interested in that. Now, do you sell a $100 or $200 or $300,000 CRM package with an add to cart button? No, you don't. But what he was using Sideways Sales Letter to get in the door to make the presentation. So it could, depending on the level of sale, we're going to have a bunch of B2B case studies for you, and you're going to enjoy them. I think they're going to rock your world. But the reality is there's still an opportunity there for someone to do that job really, really well. And their life will be transformed if they do their job really, really well by picking the right management system and then getting them to understand what that would do to their career and their job and their life. Absolutely.
Okay, last one, and then we got to move on. Okay, I like this one. I understand how this can work wonderfully for services, but I sell my own clothing line to a niche clientele. I'm not solving any problems except nakedness. There isn't much value to receiving emails about clothes that aren't available yet.
Have you ever seen a runway show? A fashion runway show? Those clothes aren't available yet. I mean, fashion is one of the best examples of the real world. You know, I talked about Hollywood, I talked about Apple. If you look at the fashion industry, they totally do this. And in fact, we've got a really cool case study coming up with for you with someone who sells yarn. They sell yarn, like, you know, you can buy yarn from this person. And she does this wonderfully, Amy Small. And Amy, her last launch, did $100,000 in sales in the first hour of her launch. Now, I got to give a disclaimer. None of the numbers I talk about anywhere throughout this entire masterclass are typical, are average. There's no income claims. I'm not promising you anything. I'm just showing you examples and case studies. But she's selling yarn. How do you get people excited to buy yarn? She does it really, really well. I'm going to be sharing that story with you. You're going to be blown away. Okay, so we're going to move on. We're going to move on?
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, so I hope this landed for you. I hope this is starting to make sense. We're just getting started in this masterclass. There's layer upon layer upon layer of this formula and how it works, and I'm going to be showing it to you and teaching it to you. And right now, I want to get to one of my favorites. This is very powerful. This PS Path, super powerful, but there's one thing that takes it to a completely different level, a completely new level, like a much bigger, better, stronger, super-powered, supercharged, turbocharged level, and that's the mental triggers. So let's talk about the mental triggers. So product launch formula has been proven over time. I've been teaching this for 15 years. I've taught this masterclass, some form of this masterclass, to over 1 million people. So this is proven over time. This formula will continue to work. It's been working, it will continue to work. But one of the things that makes it absolutely future-proof is the mental triggers. Because there are things that, the mental triggers are factors that affect our thinking, that affect our decision making, and they are present in all of us. And they've been present in all of us for thousands of years, and my prediction is they will be present in all of us for thousands of years to come. I'm talking about things like community. In fact, before we even get there, I've identified 18 of these triggers, and I cover the 18 in the Product Launch Formula coaching program. In this masterclass, I'm going to cover 6 of my favorite ones. I'm talking about things like community, like scarcity, like social proof, like authority, like anticipation, and reciprocity. So let me give you a couple of examples here. So social proof. This is the idea that, well, remember when your mom said, boy, if everyone else would jump off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge? The reality is you probably would, because we all look to other people for cues on how we should act. So let me tell you how this might show up in your world. And let's go on a time journey. Back before you had Yelp on your iPhone or your smartphone, back before you could pull up reviews in an instant, and you're driving through a strange town and you're hungry and you want to eat, and there's 2 restaurants on the side of the road, and like where I live in Colorado, sometimes you're driving and you go through these tiny little towns and there might only be 2 restaurants, and one restaurant has no cars out in front of it whatsoever. Looks like a complete ghost town. The other one has like 6 cars parked in front of it. Now, which one are you going to go to? Are you going to say like, wow, now that one, I could get in really quickly, or are you going to say, wow, that one's got 6 cars out in front. Those people must know something. I'm going to go there. Most of us would take those social cues, those cues that other people are at that restaurant. It must be a good restaurant. In fact, I mentioned Yelp. Those reviews on Yelp, those reviews at Amazon, those are forms of social proof. We look for other people and how they're acting as a clue for how we should act. This is present in every one of us. Now, some of us have it some of us are influenced by certain triggers more than others, but all of us look to others to see how we act. If you get off the plane in a strange airport and it's late, and this is pre-COVID when we used to fly and the airports used to be all crowded, but maybe it's 11 p.m., you're getting off, it's a strange airport, you've never been at this airport, you get off and there's 50 people getting off the plane in front of you, and those 50 people all walk and they turn to the right. And maybe you walk out and you'll probably just turn to the right and follow all of them as well. Now, eventually you'll look for the signs that say, where's baggage claim? Or where do I go to get my rental car? But initially, if 50 people all walk out and turn to the right, you're probably going to walk out and turn to the right as well. Now, in this masterclass, I'm going to show you how you can use social proof in your launch. And it's incredibly powerful, especially when we layer it on top of the Sideways Sales Letter. Another trigger would be authority. If we perceive someone as an authority, we're going to pay more attention to them. We're just going to give whatever they say more credence if we see them as an authority. You go to see a doctor, new doctor, you've never seen this doctor before, they walk in with a white coat. That white coat is just a piece of fabric on them, but it conveys authority on them. There's all kinds of ways to build authority in your launch, and you're going to see it. In fact, right here in this masterclass, here, what are we, I don't know, we're in our first hour. But have I already displayed my authority? Have I shown myself to already be credible? When you put these mental triggers into your launch, it just takes everything to the next level. I'm going to be showing you in this masterclass. So again, enough theory. Let's go to a real-world example of how this actually works.
My name's Kate B. I'm the founder of the Sober School, and I help women who want to quit drinking alcohol. I have a 6-week online course that guides them through early sobriety and feeling really good about being sober. So I've been doing PLF style launches for a few years now, and when it comes to the mental triggers, I think these really help my launches, and there's a couple of different things I use. So the first one is authority. I talk a bit about my story and the fact that I got into all of this because I also struggled with my drinking, but I've now been sober for 7 years. So that alone, I think, puts me in a position of authority. But I'm also able to talk about the fact that I've been running my course for several years now, and I've helped over 2,000 women quit drinking. And I like to weave lots of different case studies into my pre-launch material. So I'm really showing what I've been able to do through my course and what I've helped people achieve. I think the other big mental trigger for me is probably community. My audience are women. They're smart, educated, healthy. Their lives look great on the outside, and they struggle a lot with feeling alone. I get so many women come to me who think they're the only women on the planet feeling like this. So a really big part of my work and my launch each time is showing women that they're not alone. And during my pre-launch videos and the community that I get to create around that event and in the comment section underneath each video, I get to give these women a taster of what it's like to be in a community and to see their stories reflected in other people, because that's really powerful. Addiction thrives in isolation, as does shame, which is a massive barrier to change. So I get to show them what it's like to no longer be on their own with this. And then, of course, my actual program, my online course, that gives them that community on an even bigger scale. So it all ties in really nicely. A couple of other mental triggers that I use are controversy, because my online program's very different to traditional 12-step programs, and I'm very clear about that. And in fact, that helps draw people to me because often they're looking for something really different, but it's still quite controversial to be so different from such an established program. I think reciprocity is a massive mental trigger as well. I used to be worried about giving away too much in my pre-launch videos. I thought I was giving away the farm. And one of my videos is actually a blueprint to my, overall approach to sobriety and feeling good about alcohol-free living. I really go into a lot of detail, and people really, really appreciate that. And they can still see that actually, if they take my course, it's quite a different experience because I'll be holding their hand as we go through everything step by step. But hey, if they don't choose to continue the journey with me, they're still getting massive value out of what I'm sharing with them. And the other huge mental trigger that I see as being very effective is scarcity. And this isn't something that I manufacture, it just is there. I run my course a couple of times each year, and everyone starts the class on the same day. So once the pre-launch sequence is done and we're into open cart, then I have a really hard deadline coming up because registration's closing and the course starts the very next day. So people have to make a decision, and I think we're all human, and sometimes we need a bit of motivation into doing that. So those are the mental triggers that really work for me. And this year, in July, in the middle of this strange year, this pandemic year, all this stuff combined to create my most successful launch ever. I had my first ever 6-figure launch. My course sells for just over $500, and I did $124,000 in sales this July. So yeah, this stuff really works.
So, and I'm the CEO of.
So is Kate awesome or what? The Sober School. We're going to share her entire case study with you so you can see how, again, she didn't magically jump to $124,000 with her first launch, but you're going to hear her entire story, and it's a rather remarkable one. We'll be releasing that as we get deeper into the masterclass. And she actually gave you a bonus mental trigger. So let me just show how these work. So first of all, I already talked about authority. You heard me talk about authority. Super, super powerful trigger. When you're perceived as someone that has authority, people are going to pay more attention. And if you are going to do this sideways sales letter, you have to establish your authority. Another one, the one that Kate talked about, was this community. And community can be so powerful on so many levels, but it's like if someone perceives they're part of a community, they'll act in accordance with how they think people in that community are supposed to act. I think about when I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up in Michigan, and I grew up in a suburb where people tended to have nice lawns in front of their home, and they spent a lot of time watering and fertilizing and cutting the grass and raking it, and it was a lot of work. In fact, when I was growing up, I had to do the cutting the grass and raking it, and it was a ton of work. And I don't think, almost everyone in the neighborhood had a nice lawn. And it wasn't like we were in a super fancy neighborhood, but it was just like the thing you did was you kept a nice lawn. I don't think people were doing it because some of them might have loved the raking and the cutting the grass and the seeding and all that stuff, but I think most people were doing it because that was just what you did in that community. I'm going to show you how this community can work in your sideways sales letter. Another big one, we've used this word a lot already today, is anticipation. And I saw someone ask about Cialdini in his book, Influence. There's this great book by Robert Cialdini called Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion. I read that book a few times. It's fantastic. I read that book in 2003, and it actually gave me a lot of the words to use around the stuff I had already discovered. So I'd already been doing launches for 6, 7, 8 years, and all of a sudden I was like, oh yeah, that's what that thing is called. That's what that thing is called. And the reality is, there's 18 of these triggers that I have identified that I go through in the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. Here I'm going to focus on my 6 favorite ones, and Kate gave you a bonus 7th one. Then there's reciprocity. Kate talked about this, and this is this idea that if you give something to someone, they're going to feel indebted or an obligation to give something back to you. In the family I grew up in, we celebrated Christmas. And Christmas gift giving is a big thing, and you know the loneliest feeling or the ugliest feeling is like when there's a the afternoon of Christmas, knock on the door and your neighbor shows up and they've got a gift for you, and do you feel excited that they've got a gift for you? No, you feel horrible because in that moment where you can see they've got a gift and they're about to hand it to you, you feel horrible because you don't have a gift to give back to them. You hadn't thought that you were going to be exchanging gifts with them. That idea, that feeling, that's reciprocity, this idea of someone giving something to you, you feel like you got to give something back to them. And reciprocity, if you want to go really deep on this stuff, and I have gone really deep on the social psychology, this is what commerce and trade is based on, this idea that like if you give something to someone, you can trust that they're going to give something, even like if it's a deal, like here's some cash and you hand me the car keys and you're selling me your car, that you can trust that when you give them the cash, they're not going to run. You know, there's a social contract of reciprocity that permeates humanity. All these things permeate humanity thousands of years back, thousands of years forward. This is why what I'm teaching you is going to keep on working. I've been teaching this since 2005. A lot of people are like, how does that happen? How does someone stick in a market where typically a new product comes out and someone sells a product, even if it's a good product, they'll be on and off the market and they'll be gone. You'll never hear from them again in 6 months. The half-life, the internet years of a typical product, typical someone teaching something in my market is very short. I've been doing it for 15 years. And the reason I've been doing it for 15 years, well, it's manifold, but it's because it works. And it's because it's based in the psychology that's going to keep on working. And the strategy, the tactics always change. I'm doing a live broadcast. I thought that we could do a live broadcast around the world, basically set up a TV studio in my secret headquarters here. Even when I bought this place, 6 or 7 or 8 years ago, the idea that we could do something like this is no possible way. But so the tactics change, but these strategies endure. Okay, moving right along is the social proof. I talked about that in the video. Super powerful. I mean, this is Amazon reviews or reviews anywhere. That's social proof, right? And then we have scarcity, which Kate just talked about. Very, very powerful. And then she also talked about her bonus trigger, another one that I wasn't planning on covering here in the free Launch Masterclass, is controversy. And that's a way of grabbing people's attention at the end of the day. That's what controversy does for you. Okay, so that's super cool. Sounds great. Nice theory, Jeff. Let's talk about how to do it, how to add this to your sideways sales letter. So, that page intentionally left blank. Here we go. So, let's see. Should we go with blue? No, let's go with red here. What do you think? Red or green? Let's go green.
I think spice it up.
Spice it up. So define that for me. Is it red or green? Which is spicy?
I mean, here, particularly where we live, I think green is usually spicier.
Oh, yeah. So I'm in Durango, Colorado. We're just about 15 miles north of the New Mexico border where they have those famous Hatch green chilies. If you guys know what I'm talking about when I say green chilies, those of you who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. Some of you think you know what I'm talking about. Green chilies are pretty darn special. We like
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. We're not talking about green peppers. Okay, so the way, like, let's, authority. Typically, authority is something you want to develop early on in your launch. So, because if you don't establish yourself as someone that's credible to listen to, then it doesn't matter. None of this stuff happens. But the way you show yourself as credible is by being able to define a problem and solve it. I mean, here, I'll go ahead and ask, do I seem credible at this point? I mean, it's because I'm teaching. I'm teaching. And I'm able to teach and just give this away. I think that this is where you develop your authority. Okay, next up is, let's just go to reciprocity. Again, the PS path. I mean, if you are actually helping people and solving their problems, you're giving. I'm giving. I'm giving you 3 hours of my time here. And I'm going to do the same thing tomorrow and the next day. And then it's going to get even better as we go forward from there. So when you give to people, they're going to want to give back in all kinds of micro ways. And that relationship is going to build as you move through here. Social proof. So often on these, wherever you're displaying this, wherever you build this page out, there will be a comment section down here. And just people, I mean, like right now, how many comments are we in, Dan?
Give me a sec here. We are at 15, right about 1,500 just on the concierge page.
Okay, so we got 1,500 comments. So clearly, there are some people paying attention. That is social proof. That is social proof right there. Then we can have anticipation. So you can build anticipation. Remember, that's this piece. In the next video, I'm going to show you this. Boom, anticipation, anticipation, all the way through here. We already have A, so we're going to go A-N for anticipation, A-N for anticipation, A-N for anticipation as you move through here. And of course, you're getting authority and social proof all the way through. You know, it just keeps on building and building. So let's see, we have anticipation, reciprocity, social proof, anticipation. If you were going to do Kate's controversy, that could fit anywhere in here. But you know, this would be a great place right from the beginning for controversy, right from the beginning to grab people's attention right from the beginning. Or it could be when you're defining the second problem. Then it could be a great time for controversy to pull people into the second piece. So we got authority, reciprocity, social proof, anticipation. What else are we, what are we missing here? Community. Community. Okay, community down here in the comments. Hey, and first of all, a shout out to my community. Part of this masterclass is welcoming you into my world. And one of the joys of this business and of my work is the communities that we have built. And so just go ahead and type in the comments how long you've been with me in my world. How long, I mean, I know one of the case studies I'm going to share with you is someone that first joined me on October 21st, 2005. That was the day I released the first ever product launch formula. So just go ahead and tell me approximately when you came into my world. And I know they're going to put that up in the comments over here because I want to see some, I'd love to see you. Just go ahead and type in the comments how long you've been in my world and how long you've been part of my community. And already I'm sure you're starting to see down in the comments, people, you know, I know there's a lot of questions coming in. Obviously, 1,500 comments, I can't read them all. I'm trying to read them as much as I can, every little break I've got. But I know that we've already got members of the community who are answering questions for me. I mean, how cool is that? So we've got 5 years, 6 years. If you give me some names, it'd be even cooler. They're typing the notes in over here for me. Okay, I think, big one, scarcity. So Kate talked to scarcity, and scarcity comes in down in here. And do we everywhere use an S? No. So we're going to use an S and an S here. So usually the lead into the open cart and during the open cart. And we're going to go deep on the open cart on lesson 3. The open cart, how to make the sale. So I'm not going to go deep on scarcity right now, but that ends up going real deep here. So that's how we, the beautiful thing about this is, you remember that old style sales letter, and here's this 20 or 30 page sales letter, and it's hard to get anyone to even read that. They're just scrolling to the bottom. They're generally not reading it. But here, when you're on this PS path and you start to bring people into your world and you start to show them that you are that authority, you have the luxury of building value for them, but also the luxury of being able to use these mental triggers. And they, you know, in any other style of marketing, it's really hard to build those throughout. And you're building a relationship, you're showing yourself as an authority, as someone of integrity, as someone that can deliver value, and you're deploying all of these all the mental triggers as you move through here. So let me just make sure I covered everything I want to talk about right there. Yeah. Dan, do we have any questions at all?
Yeah, we do. I've been pulling up some folks who have been in our community for a long time. We had a couple people here. We got, I'm not sure exactly how to say it, I'm sorry, but Nugent, maybe about 15 years. Tim Irway, almost 15 years. Those are a couple of the longest ones.
Tim Irway's here?
Tim Irway's on live, yeah.
He's a gangster. Yeah, for sure. Welcome, Tim.
Okay, let's get to some questions. I got to go back to my question section of the document here. Okay, so I know you talked a little bit about this earlier, so let's see. We've got Vidya, maybe. If I say your name wrong, I'm sorry. I'm good at pushing buttons here. I'm not good at pronouncing names. How does a person who's just starting out use the mental triggers like social proof and authority, like just brand new?
Yeah. So. We're going to get deep into how to start from absolute scratch. In fact, I'm going to show you a case study pretty soon. But we're going to get deep into that in lesson 2. But the reality is we all start where we start. And I know that sounds like, duh, Jeff, whatever, but it's true. And so you're probably not going to do $1 million launch like Lorraine from the very beginning, and you're not going to be able to show her 11,000 students around the world from the beginning, and you're probably not going to be able to show the case studies that Kate showed in the Sober School from the beginning, but you can still display authority in many different ways. And one of the ways I would start in this business is I would start publishing. And this, no matter what you know, at the end of the day, people are coming into my world and they're starting absolutely from scratch. And about half the people coming into my world are starting from scratch. They've got no list, no product. They're just starting out. I'm about to show you an example. The next are people that maybe they have an offline business, or no, let's just say they have an online business, they just want to grow it. Okay, that's just a slam dunk. It's just an absolute, slam dunk to do this process. It's just like money in the bank. If you've already got an offer and some type of a list or following, money in the bank. It's just no brainer. Then we've got people that are like one-on-one practitioners. They might be a therapist, they might be a personal trainer, they might be a personal coach, they might be a health practitioner, and they have a one-on-one business and they work with people. Now they want to leverage their business. So that's another big category of folks. And then there's folks that like have an offline product, and they're like, I'm going to show you some really cool case studies of selling offline products. But the reality is for all of them, I think the first step is to start publishing. You start publishing online. And when you start publishing, then you just develop authority. The first thing I did was I put out this newsletter about the stock market. And this was back in 1996. And when I say a newsletter about the stock market, that was an email. It was just I typed up an email and I sent it out, and I put a little thing at the bottom that said the Walker Market Letter. At that point, I was not, remember, I'm publishing about the stock market. Here's a newsletter about the stock market to teach people. And at that time, I had studied the stock market. I spent a lot of time studying the stock market, but I was not a stockbroker. I was not a commodity futures trading advisor. I was not a registered investment advisor. I didn't have a degree in finance. I didn't have a degree in economics. I had 0 credentials. In fact, at that time, I had not had a job for about 5 or 6 years. I was a stay-at-home dad taking care of a couple small children. Those were my credentials. I was really good at making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I was pretty damn good at changing diapers. Taking the kids to the park, I was real good at that. I had 0 authority, 0 credentials at all, especially about the stock market. Like I said, I did have knowledge, but I had no authority. So I typed up something. At the top, I put the Walker Market Letter, and I sent it out via email. I sent it out to everyone I knew who I thought might be interested, just my friends and family. It was 19 email addresses. Now, of those 19 email addresses, one was my second email address, one was my wife's email address. So there's 17 people outside of my house that got that email newsletter. All of them were people that I knew. They were friends and family. 17 people. Here's the Walker Market Letter. And it was just typed it up. This is what I think about the stock market right now. Amazingly enough, a couple of those people told some friends about it. And I got 2 other people that wanted to get the next newsletter. And then sent that to them. And then a few more people got the next one. And then I figured out how to put up a website. All that happened before I had a website. Then I figured out how to put up a website. Couldn't afford a domain name. No domain name. So it was like my service provider, _J Walker. Some of you old timers know what I'm talking about. This was before social media. This is before blogs. This is when it was really hard to build a website. But a few more people started subscribing because they liked what I was writing. And then a few more people started subscribing. And then a few more people started subscribing. And then I had a few hundred. And then I had 500. And then I had 600. And then I had 1,000 people. And I was keeping track there from around the world. It was just me typing up on my word processor, here's what I think about the stock market. Putting up a little thing at the top. It wasn't a graphic. It was just like a bunch of dashes and it said the Walker Market Letter. Sent it out. 1,000 people. 1,500 people. 2,000 people. 3,000 people. No credentials. I had 0 credentials, no authority when I started. But once you start publishing, you're seen as an authority. People take you as an authority, especially if you're publishing good stuff. So everyone starts from nothing. Everyone does. Absolutely everyone does. And like I said, this isn't get rich quick, but this is how you build a following and how you sell to that following very, very effectively. There you go.
Okay, so this next one, this one's actually kind of funny, knowing your personal story and your personal journey. This kind of like slots in right perfectly into where you just ended your story. So this one's from Susan. Susan says, question, long-time authority in a market that I'm leaving, pivoting to a new market with pro bono experience but not a large following. How do you manage a crossover migration from one channel to another and build that new following?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I did shift. I shifted from stock. So I told you about that newsletter about the stock market. And crazy enough, that where it started with 17 people outside my home, and this didn't happen overnight, but it was a grind, eventually got to 80,000 subscribers. Absolutely nuts. 80,000. I'm still publishing out of the spare bedroom. 80,000 subscribers around the world by about 2005. So it was a grind, but you start adding 1,000 people, you start adding one person a day, and that's great. That's 30 new subscribers a month. And then I got to adding 2 a day, and then 4 a day. And if you start adding 4 a day, that's like 100 a month. And then I got up to like 30 a day, and you start adding 30 a day, it's almost 1,000 a month. And if you had 1,000 a month, that's 12,000 a year. And so you do it long enough, you end up with 80,000. So anyways, that business went away for me. Some of you have heard this story. I had a partner in that business, and we had a bit of a falling out. The partner stole the business from me. It's a long story. Not going to share it now. It's not relevant. But at that point, I'm like, okay, I get to start over. And this is the beautiful thing, is like, once you get some momentum, once you learn how this world works, this business works, no one can take away your skills. No one takes it away. And I remember that day when I learned my partner was stealing the business. Again, it's a long story. But once I learned he was stealing the business, I got this phone call. And then I put that phone call down and I laughed, because I knew I could build it bigger, better, faster in the business I really wanted the second time around. Now, not to say there wasn't plenty of emotional turmoil. It was upsetting when someone takes something like that from you after you work for it. But I started a new business, and that business was teaching how to build an online business. That was the start of my product launch formula business. That was the start of all of this. It was in 2005. And so I went from teaching about the stock market to teaching about marketing. When I made that pivot, I didn't take that list. I didn't use that list. I just walked away from it. Theoretically, I could have sent an email to him, say, hey, I'm changing businesses and now I'm going to teach marketing, but I just wanted a clean break. So I started from scratch all over again in this market. Now, you said you've already done some pro bono work. That means you've already sounds like you've got some success stories. So I would lean into that. How I started over is I went out to some marketing conferences. I met some people that were teaching marketing. I helped them with launches because no one had ever heard of a launch. This is early 2003, 2004, 2005. No one even heard of a launch. I helped a few of them out pro bono. I didn't charge the first couple people that I helped do launches. And those folks became my case studies. Those folks became my evangelists, my cheerleaders. Then I started publishing, just like I just talked about. I started publishing in this online entrepreneurial business building world, and I just started over. But because I knew I'd gone through it once already, it happened so much faster. In fact, that first business, it took me 6 years to get to $1 million in sales, which is amazing, absolutely unbelievable. To even be able to talk about $1 million is ridiculous, but it took 6 years. I was doing backflips. Second time around, because I'd had that experience, because I'd figured out this formula, it took me 6 months to get to $1 million. So I would lean into that work that you've already done. I would lean into every contact you've already made in your new market, and I would start publishing. And you're going to be golden.
Dang, dude, you just answered like the next 4 questions I was going to ask about how to get started here. So nice work. How about one more, and then we'll move along?
One more question.
Okay, this one's from Nugent, and I think this might be the same Nugent who's with you for 15 years. And he's asking, what sort of costs are there going to be to get started in this? Is this going to be like a big startup cost to get started here?
Yeah, that's a great question, and you know what? It's across the board. It depends what you're bringing to the table in terms of assets. It depends what you can spend. You can literally do this with mostly free tools. You can start publishing. Like anyone who's got a phone can be a publisher in the next 5 minutes on social media. So you could start your publishing on social, on Insta, on Pinterest, on Facebook, wherever fits your market the best. You could start publishing for free anywhere. Now, once you start publishing, what you want to do is you want to drive people to an email list, because the social following is great and it should be part of the mix, but at the end of the day, you don't control those platforms. So what you want, and you don't control that your message goes out. When you put out a message on Facebook, it doesn't, all your followers aren't going to get it. Same with Instagram. All of the social platforms. So you want to drive people from social to an email. Now, once you get driven to an email, you need an email list host. There are some free ones. Like AWeber's now got a free program where you can get, I don't know how many, the first X number of subscribers for free. There's that other monkey one, I forget right now what it is. What's the monkey one called?
MailChimp.
MailChimp. There we go. The monkey one. This now establishes the minimum level of technical knowledge.
It's a new tagline for him. You're welcome.
It's the monkey one. So, I mean, there are, those free tools. Eventually, you're going to start spending money on those. And, you're going to, once you start taking sales, then you're going to need some type of a shopping cart. But all of these you can do at an absolutely incredible low amount of money. In fact, Dan, you just sort of went through this, right? How much did you spend? Because you just put together a course.
Oh, I mean, it was, maybe $100, something like that.
Yeah, is that like $100 a month, or?
No, that's like $100 for like a year.
Yeah.
Like a year subscription to, I think, pretty much like everything that I needed.
Yeah. So that's at the bare minimum, and then the sky's the limit. How much you can do something like this. You can go nuts, but to start out, you don't have to go real big at all. Okay, so let's, Dan, I'm thinking we're going to move along because, I want to share someone with you who started from scratch, absolutely started from scratch in a really unusual niche and built this up in a crazy fast way. So can we go ahead and roll Ann's story? So I'm here with Ann LaFollette, and Ann has just started about a year ago and has a great story to tell us. So Ann, could you just tell us a little bit about your business and what's happened in the last year?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm thrilled to be here and to share a little bit about my story. I actually had a long corporate career, and I worked at giant companies like the Gap and Old Navy, and I thought I would retire. I was very much of that corporate kind of drone, going to work, working 24/7 for the man. And one day, my boss called me into his office and told me, "We're eliminating your job and go talk to HR." And it came as a complete shock. I thought I was going to retire with the gold watch or whatever people get now when they retire. But you know what? It was a blessing in disguise. And so about a year ago, I started to explore my creative side. I had a huge box of creative supplies, art supplies in the basement. My husband and my wonderful son encouraged me to bring those supplies up from the basement and start to explore. And I found this thing called surface pattern design. And the best way to explain what that is that you can turn your doodles into dollars. And what I mean by that is you can take a little drawing that you have and then turn it into what's called a repeating pattern and put it on wrapping paper or wallpaper or fabric or on the cover of a notebook, the back of your iPhone case, a million products. And so that is now my passion. And I teach that through an online course, which I launched using the product launch formula. And that's what I've really been focused on over the last year is growing my email list, finding my perfect customer, and then selling them my course using the product launch formula.
So one of the fun things about my work is I get to hear about these markets and niches and hobbies that I didn't know existed. So when you first wrote in and said it was surface pattern design, I admit I went to Wikipedia. I was just like, what is this? But you've turned it into a real business. So you just mentioned your list. And tell me about the list that you had when you started out.
So when I started in about April of last year, I had 25 people on my email list. And I have to tell you, Jeff, that 3 of those people were me because I had 3 different email addresses at the time, including my old corporate email address. And then I had at least, 10 family members. So I think I really only had people that I didn't sort of know, maybe 3 to 5 people that I didn't even know. And so I definitely felt like, oh my gosh, I have no list. How am I even going to get started? And I just, right now, I can't even believe I'm going to say this, but I have 10,000 people on my email list. And it's about a year and a half later. And so if I can go from having 25 people on my email list to having, a year and a half later, having 10,000, clearly anyone can do it if you kind of follow a formula and make sure that you are, finding the right people and talking to those people as best you can. And I do that through my weekly blog.
Wow, well done. It's amazing. And I don't know the size of your market or your niche, but it seems like it's not vast. It's not yoga or something, that's just that, cats or whatever. I mean, that seems like a fairly small market to build a list of 10,000. So congratulations.
Yeah, I think that what it is it's more, the way I like to think about it is that my sort of ideal customer avatar is someone who's sort of in my age cohort, and they were told in school that they had no creative bone in their body and they should just give up on art. And now they're in their 40s or 50s or 60s and they realize, that probably was baloney, and to use a PC term. And I actually really do want to explore my creativity. And so why don't I join Anne's creative community and learn how to turn my doodles into these beautiful designs, or my grandson's doodles into beautiful fabric that I can then turn into a baby blanket. The sky's the limit in terms of what you can do with your creativity. And so I think that while I specifically teach surface design, I think my audience is a little broader than that in terms of people who want to tap into their creativity at this stage in their life.
Mm-hmm. And so what happened? So you came into my world, and then what happened?
So I came into your world, and I am a very good student. And so I watched every single video. I did every single workbook. I wanted to really kind of unlock how I would use your product launch formula in my community. And so my first launch was 3 videos, but I did them as live broadcasts on Facebook. And one of the things that I continue to dive into with my audience is they need a lot of hand-holding. They're not technologically savvy. I was not technologically savvy either. So they need a lot of hand-holding. And so instead of recording a video, I am live on Facebook, and I teach them a little bit of something, kind of a little bit of an introduction to, what even is this thing called surface design? Then I give them a couple of days off. I come back and I do my second live broadcast, which is sort of your, PLF or PLC2. Then a couple more days off when they have a chance to practice. Then I come back and we do some stuff actually on the computer. And then the outcome I want for them is to actually make a really simple repeating design inside Adobe Illustrator before I then talk to them about, if you want to go deeper, I have this incredible course, and I'd love you to buy my course and go deeper with me, where we'll be together for 8 weeks.
And so tell me about your first launch.
So my first launch, I was super, super nervous. I had just finished my course. It was a 6-week course. I know other people who are in my industry who charge about $1,000 for their programs that are around, 8 weeks or 10 weeks long. So I priced it at $497. And I also had a 6-month $97 price point because I thought that would be more potentially accessible for people. And I did the whole formula, and then I had a 4-day open cart, and super interesting. The whole psychology of managing your own emotions during open cart is crazy. Because some people come in early and then there's all this silence and it's like, oh my gosh, is another person gonna buy? Is another person gonna buy? But anyway, my results were really good. I mean, my first launch, I took a couple of numbers just to make sure I could look at them with you. But my 6-week course launch was priced at $497. I got 27 people to buy. And so I made almost $13,000.
Well done. How big was your list at that point? So you had that 25, which really was 22, but it was really only probably 4 or 5 people.
Yeah, exactly. So at the beginning of last year, because I did this launch in January of this year. I did this launch in January, and I think my list was probably around 2,500 people, and I made people opt into an actual sort of freebie so that I would have a subset of people who were really going through this seriously, and there were only 850 people on that list. So I think that my conversion rate was around 8%, if I'm remembering the math correctly, which I was really pleased with. And I've I definitely feel like it's a lot of the hand holding was a major contributor.
So what I like about you, Ann, is you just like you said, you're a student. I'm going to study this. I'm just going to move forward. I'm not technical. I'm going to figure it out. What was it like doing those live broadcasts? What's it like being on camera? You know, you're like me, you didn't grow up being on video and on camera your entire life. So what was
For sure. I mean, I think that one of the things that you recommend is you have to practice a lot, right? So what I had been doing as I was building my business last year was coming on Facebook once a week. I write a blog and then I talk about it on Facebook. And so, you know, nobody would show up. But I would still be talking to the green dot, and I would be getting comfortable with like, okay, how organized do I need to be? Am I looking at notes? Am I not looking at notes? And I basically broke myself in, for lack of a better description, in terms of getting comfortable on camera. And then, you know, then somebody would show up. And the first couple of people who showed up were relatives, which was so sweet of them. And so one of my cousins in Indianapolis comes on still like every week on Wednesday when I'm live on Facebook. She's the sweetest of ever. And, but that's how I basically got comfortable on camera. It was like, okay, I just have to do it every single week. And so I had done it probably for about 6 months every week before I did my PLCs.
Nice. And so that first launched approximately $13,000. And then what happened after that? Walk me forward, because this is all just happening. You know, you got
it's all just happening. Yes, it's all very, very much just happening. So I just launched again in May. So I wanted to make sure I gave my community a nice long breather. I didn't want to be sort of inundating them with, you know, with salesy emails. I'm always a little bit nervous about just, you know, how you make that transition from giving a ton of free value, but then also asking for the sale. So I wanted to give them a nice long break, and I decided that May would be a good time frame because then it would lead kind of into the summer. So I got fantastic feedback from the first group of students, right? So I had about 27 students in that first cohort, and they gave me amazing feedback. They said the course is too short. You got to make it 8 weeks because it's just like, it's like drinking from a fire hose. You gotta do some simplification and also make it a little longer. So I did that, and I increased the price to $9.97, which was a really, really big deal for me because one of my mentors in this space, who I absolutely adore, whose name is Bonnie Christine, she has an 8-week course that she charges $9.97 for. And so I just felt like I had to respect myself and the work that I put into this course and say, okay, I'm going to be in that same cohort. So I did that in May, and I made $42,000. Jeff, I made $42,000. I got 50 people, which was my goal. I'd set a goal that I wanted to basically almost double the number of students, and so I got 50 people in, and I did provide a couple of discounts here and there. I'm sort of learning about when people from Canada or Australia are complaining about the exchange rate. It's like, ooh, I felt bad about it, so I gave them some discounts. But in any event, at the end of the day, I got 50 people, $42,000, and my rate, my conversion was still around 4.5%. It was at a much higher price point. It's about 4.5%, which I was really, really happy with. And so my goal for this year was to hit $100,000, and I am on track to do that because I'm going to have one more launch before the end of the year.
Wow. What does it feel like to basically step out of that corporate world and have no experience, not be super technical? I'm guessing you're probably in your corporate career, you weren't a salesperson. You don't strike me as like a super slick salesperson. What does it feel like to just all of a sudden be able to create this, and in their first full year in business, you're closing in $100,000?
It's like I am a different person. I am filled with such incredible joy and with such incredible sense of empowerment. And it's been transformative with my whole family. I mean, my husband sees a different me. My son sees a different me. My parents and my family. I mean, I wake up in the morning and I cannot wait to do whatever the next thing is I need to do. First of all, I love teaching. I do come from a family of teachers, and so it's like, why didn't I become a teacher sooner? But I love teaching. I am an introvert, so I love teaching this way, so I'm not surrounded by a bazillion people. They're on the other side of the green dot. And I love my community. My community are just amazing women who are all learning so much, and learning is such an empowering experience. When you put something into your brain, no one can take it away from you. It's yours forever. And everyone's journey is different. So what they want to do once they learn this skill, first of all, they're incredibly talented. And so that is so incredibly inspiring. And they are all doing something different, and there's room for all of us. There's just room for all of us, even though this is a really niche-y space. So it's transformative, and it fills me with joy every single day. I just feel so incredibly blessed that this is my baby now. This is my baby, and no one can take this baby away from me. And I love every minute of it, even when I'm, messed up with a Facebook ad, or even if it's like something is not connecting properly on my website. It's like, you know what? I can figure it out. I can figure it out. And if I just slow down and take it, baby steps, and keep learning, I am going to do just fine.
I just love it. I love your approach, your energy. And so one of the things you said when we first started is your husband and your son encouraged you to take those art supplies up, take them from the basement and bring them upstairs and bring them out to the world, is what I heard. So if someone's watching this and they've got that art kit down in the basement, or it could be a guitar kit, or it could be whatever, and they've got some work that they could get out into the world, and they're looking at this possibility. Since it's just been a year for you, what would you say to them? What would you say to them?
So I think that what I would say to them is my particular tagline is, it's never too late to create. And what I would say to them is, baby steps, my friend. Break it down into small steps so that it doesn't feel so overwhelming. And then I would also say you gotta do it so that you're learning. If you are holding yourself back because you're afraid to take those first steps, the first steps are going to help you learn what the next steps are. And I feel like that was what I definitely tapped into perseverance, for sure. Perseverance was a very, very important part of kind of me continuing to move forward. And I would want to have everyone who's listening really embrace that there is work involved, and you have to be willing to do that work. But if you persevere and you have this you embrace the learning journey, it is going to be transformational. And it's never too late to get started. It's never too late to create. If you're in the creative space, it's never too late to do whatever it is that you want to do. But I highly, highly recommend that you start now, because those incremental first baby steps, all of a sudden you're going to look back and say, oh my gosh, 18 months ago, I had 25 people on my list, and now I have 10,000. How did that happen? And it happened because I took baby steps. And I love your expression of, you got to launch and learn. You got to launch and learn. You're going to learn more by doing than by thinking about what you could be doing. You got to take those baby steps.
Mm. Well, as you reflect back to last September, before you joined Product Launch Formula, and where you were and how you felt, even as you were watching my launch and thinking, could this work for me? What did you feel like, or if you could give yourself right now, if you could, knowing what you know now, could give a message to the Anne that was back there thinking about investing in Product Launch Formula at that point, what would you say?
So I would definitely say it's worth like every single penny, and that I'm a step-by-step learner. And so I love the way the program is broken down into very, very organized steps. I feel like if you do them in the right order and don't come with an assumption that there's part of this that you already know, you're going to do great. And mostly it's an incredible investment in yourself. And I have always been a huge believer that investing in ourselves is really, really important. And that's how I approached it. I approached it as an investment, and then something that I knew I would probably have to watch multiple times. And that's one of the beauties of an online program, is that you can watch it as often as you need to. And however many times you need to watch it is what's right for you in terms of going into gaining the knowledge that you need and diving deeper. And so I always tell people, listen, it's really important to invest in yourself. And I think it's also really important to then complete the program so that you feel like you're getting the absolute most value. And I would highly encourage people to set a deadline for themselves. So I set a deadline for myself. I said that when I bought your course, I was going to pay myself back when I did my first launch. And I did that in spades. And that made me feel really good because I'm a very deadline oriented person. And I would recommend that for other people who are also considering purchasing the program.
And thank you so much. It's been great to watch you over the last year, and I can't wait. I know you're just getting started. I can't wait to see what's to come in the coming years.
I can't wait either, and I can't wait to participate in your next launch, Jeff. It's going to be so much fun. I learn something new every single time.
Is Ann amazing or what? I love that case study. It's just, when she's like, Jeff, I did 42,000. Well, you know what? It's been a few months. It's been that her business has grown in a big way. But let's talk about how she started out. She said she really had about 3 to 5 people at the very beginning on her list. Grew it up over 10,000. That progression of launches that I've told you about, 13,000 to 42,000 to closing in on $100,000 in the year. One of the things she talked about, this is what I love, is she talked about her mentor was Bonnie Christine. And we actually have a case study with Bonnie Christine. And Bonnie is, I'd say, I don't know how old Ann is. I've never asked her, but I'm going to guess she's somewhere, let's call it around my age. Let's put it that way. And Bonnie Christine is about, I'm going to guess about 30 or so. And Bonnie Christine also teaches about service pattern design. I will be releasing her case study, which is equally remarkable because she built her business through the product launch formula. But the reality, so they're teaching the exact same thing, surface pattern design. Who has ever heard of surface pattern design before right now? Not too many of us. I would think we could say it's a relatively narrow or specific niche. I never heard of it. I had to go Google it, and I still didn't know what it was. But Bonnie was doing it. But Ann, when she's selling, she's more reaching an older market that identifies with her. Bonnie maybe she's more selling to younger people. It's not like a black and white kind of thing. However, it just shows you how there are different niches within a niche of surface pattern design. So that's how, and you know what? They're buddies now. Ann first learned about this from Bonnie Christine, and Bonnie was sort of like her hero. But this process, the Sideways Sales Letter, is how the top influencers go from being your heroes and your mentors to being your friends and partners. She talked about when she started doing those Facebook Lives, nobody would show up. Nobody would show up. And then, like one of her relatives did. So nobody would show up, and then they showed up. And then she did a $13,000 launch and a $42,000. It's all about the baby steps, starting with the formula and moving forward and building experience and authority, just like Ann said. She's like, I'm a different person now. This is my baby. I love waking up. I loved it. When you put something in your brain, no one can take it away. I hope I put a little virus in your brain that says, I can create value in the world. I can have an online business. Or I can grow my online business. Or I can take my one-on-one practice and turn it into a digital business that gives me leverage and freedom and security. When you put something in your brain, no one can take it away. It's never too late. Is that a message we can all resonate with? It's never too late. It's never too late. Today is the day your life can change. And she said she set a deadline. Set a deadline. You want your life to be different than it is now, set a deadline. Set a deadline. Dan, do we have any questions coming in?
Yeah, we do. Okay, this actually isn't a question, but I just thought this was kind of fun. Someone, Steve said, I want to join her, talking about Anne, I want to join her community just because she is so much fun. I just thought that was kind of just how you're talking about creating community here. I thought that was so interesting.
Totally. I mean, she is. Anne's awesome. I've gotten to know Anne. I've gotten to know many of my PLF owners. She's fantastic. And she is just who she is. It's not like she's using some secret magic tricks to slip her hand into people's pocket and take their wallet out and take their money. No, she's building a great community. And she's fantastic. But she was scared to death when she did her first live and that green dot was on, even though no one was watching. She was nervous. You heard her talk to that. But this is the process that you move step by step into building a real online business and getting everything that gives you.
Okay, so here we got a question from Lauren, and Lauren says, how do you, like when you're getting started, like Anne was there, how do you get people to pay attention to you? Like how do you get them to click or watch your video or read your blog?
I went deep on this a few minutes ago on building that authority. And I am a big fan of what I call publishing. And publishing could be as simple as an update on social media. And I'll tell you what, like right now you see, I don't know what, we're 2 hours into this, and it might look like I'm hopefully I look like I'm competent at some level in doing what I'm doing for you. But I've been teaching this stuff for 15 years, and I've been doing it for 25 years. You sharpen your voice. You get better at doing this. Just like Anne started with no one watching and that green dot on her camera, and she got better and better and better. We're seeing the Anne that's a year into this process. So I am a big fan of just taking that next step. You'll hear me talk about baby steps a lot, taking those baby steps, not thinking, oh, at some point, if I do this for 25 years, I'm going to have to get on a live camera, in front of a live camera and talk for 3 hours like Jeff did. That's what, if you think about what the 100th problem is or the 100th step is, you're never going to get started. You think about what's right in front of you. And so you build authority by publishing. You build authority by, I'm not going to flip it's the sideways sales letter is how you build that authority. But there's a whole process even before that we're going to get to in one of our bonus sessions called the pre-pre. I'll just tease you with that. It's going to be super cool. That one's coming up in the future. So yeah, there you go.
Okay, so we're getting a bunch of questions, and I guess this one might be on me because during my favorite segment of Will This Work in My Niche, I did not address physical products. So we're getting a bunch of folks who are saying, this looks great, this sounds awesome, I understand how this can totally work for information or for stuff like that, courses, but does it work for an actual physical product?
So I just will ask your patience because I know you're all sitting there saying, will it work for me? Will it work in my market? Will it work for this type of product? Will it work for that kind of product? Will it work for nonprofit? Blah, blah, blah. I can't play 60 case studies back to back for you right now or we'd lose everyone. Maybe you were watching and the first half hour you're like, okay, this must only work for 30-something women in the UK because it just so happened that Lorraine and Kate were from the UK. So I can't demonstrate every market and show you every market right now, but stick with me because we'll get there. So for physical products, I'm going to be showing you how Amy Small sells yarn, a physical product. Absolutely. We're going to be showing how Mary Gilkerson sells paintings, high dollar paintings. Going to be showing you how Blaine Hitzfield sells pasture-raised beef and wild-caught salmon. So how do you do it with pasture-raised beef? Well, the case study is going to go into it, but what he does is he tells the story of that pasture-raised beef. He tells the story of the salmon being caught and of his relationship with Captain Tony, who's going out in the boat in Alaska to catch the salmon. He tells a story that leads into that, and the results are just absolutely explosive. So we're going to get to physical products, and this will absolutely work. Now, I'm going to tell you that 80% of my PLF owners are doing digital products of some form or another. And a lot of times, even if they are doing a physical product, there'll be some information or some a digital product that they build into it, either be in the pre-launch or to build value after the sale. But yeah, we're going to be getting to physical products.
Okay, so how about this one? Anthony's saying, how do I know or work out what to charge for my course? And as an inspiration, but I might get anxious about charging 500 pounds, much less 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that, I'll tell you what, there's going to be I'm just going to tell you straight up. This isn't, not going to help me sell anything, but this is reality. You're going to feel some anxious moments as you go through this process, just like Anne felt those anxious moments when she first did her Facebook Live, when she first did her absolute first launch, when Kate talked about that a little bit, when she first did the Sober School. What you heard, she raised her prices and doubled her prices. She went from 500 to 1,000, right? I think I'm getting that right. And in fact, Lorraine did the same thing, raised her prices. As you start to do this, you will often start to raise your prices. In most cases, people do not charge enough. But once you start publishing and once you start to see the value you're building for people, then you're going to start to feel a lot more comfortable. There's this whole process of making the sale. That's that open cart that I'm going to talk about in lesson 3. But also in lesson 2, I'm going to talk about the seed launch. And the seed launch is an extraordinary way to interactively build the value and see the value that you're building and get really comfortable with charging the prices that you should be charging. Now, what you should do at the beginning is every market has different prices. Like, for instance, John Gallagher, wildly successful, one of my first case studies back in like 2006, where his family they were literally on food stamps and did a launch for a board game, a physical board game. Again, one of my first case studies, going back to that last question, the first case study I ever published was about a board game teaching children about edible medicinal plants and herbs. Physical product, way back in 2006, one of my first ever case studies. Then he created a membership site. His membership site is about $10 or $12 a month. He started that membership site, I think it was 2007. It's still going to this day. That might not sound like a lot of money, but he's got thousands of people in his membership site at $10 to $12 a month, and it starts to add up to real dollars. Now, the edible medicinal plants and herbs membership site market, that's not a $500 program. It's a $10 to $12, but it's a much bigger market. So prices vary by market. Like Kate talked about that a little bit with her Sober School. First, she had this trepidation about charging $500 for this Sober School. But then she started to look at what people spent on alcohol. And all of a sudden, I think she said that her clients are the ones buying the nice bottle of wine, and they're spending a lot of money, not to mention all the other costs to their life. So if you start to look at the value that you build, I'll tell you what, if we go back, when you go through this process, you're transforming yourself as much as anyone. You're enrolling yourself in the value that you're creating for people. So will there be some trepidation, some anxiety? Yes. Will you probably start off charging too little? Yes. But you're going to get there, just like Ann did, just like Kate did there.
Okay, so how about maybe just like one more question here?
Okay, before we go, one more question. How about, I just had a couple of things I want to talk about. First of all, just remember, we do have at some point, we've got a super secret segment. And I'll tell you it's a super secret segment when we get to the super secret segment. And what that means is that segment's only going to be live, so it's not going to be in the replay, so stay tuned. Then we have an after hours session. How long have we been going now, Dan?
Just a little under 2.5 hours, I think.
Okay, so I think we're going to wrap up somewhere around the 3-hour mark, would be my guess. If that's not enough for you, or if you're just waking up in Australia or New Zealand, we also have a bonus session. If 3 hours isn't enough for you, in our Facebook group, there's going to be a live session with JT and Barry answering more questions than I can get to here. Barry started off as a PLF owner a number of years ago. I don't know how many six-figure launches he's done. He's one of my coaches on my team. JT's our community manager, and they are going to rock your world in the Facebook group. So this Launch Masterclass, we have a Facebook group just for this masterclass. It's private. If you are not already in that group, then on the concierge page, which is at productlaunchformula.com, there's going to be a link over in the upper that corner, and that link you can join the Facebook group, and you'll be able to see Barry and JT, and they'll be answering a bunch more questions. So they'll get started just after we wrap. So if 3 hours isn't enough and you really want to get your question answered, go to the Facebook group to hear from Barry. Lesson 2 coming up tomorrow, lesson 3 on Sunday. Lesson 2 is all about the 3 types of launches, including the seed launch. The seed launch is a launch you can do where you're just starting out with no list and no product, and you can actually get paid, make sales before you create the product. Absolutely ridiculous. And then also, I told you about that Facebook group. You can also, I think you can sign up for messages from me on Facebook Messenger. And frankly, I'm not going to be sitting there typing out messages to you. My team will send out messages. And you can sign up for Telegram, which is an app. You have to download the app. It's a messaging app like WhatsApp. And you'll get messages from me. That one actually does come from me. I put them in my phone, send it to you. And it's just some of the stuff that's happening behind the scenes. So links to all of that is on the concierge page, like somewhere up on over on that side, like this side of the page. So get hooked up on all of those. Okay, one more question, Dan.
You know, I got some more questions here, but how about we roll the case studies, and I'll save them until after this, just to keep us on time.
Okay, so this next case study is it's a pandemic case study. And it's with Elliot Connie, who is just, he's remarkable. He's just absolutely remarkable. And this is a market, again, what I would consider a relatively narrow niche that he's working in. And this is a story of someone who is a one-on-one practitioner and actually had a big one-on-one business, but a big one-on-one business that had a lot of overhead. So he was still, even though everything looked great on the outside, because he didn't have a leveraged business, was actually a bit of a financial struggle behind the scenes. And this is a crazy story of how he took that one-on-one practice and blew it up, even amidst pandemic craziness. So let's go ahead and roll Elliot. I'm here with Elliot Connie, and Elliot is a psychotherapist who came to me through a good friend of mine, Bill O'Hanlon, who is actually, there's another case study. If you go and dig into our case studies, you'll see the case study with Bill O'Hanlon. In any case, Elliot, thanks for joining us. Can you just tell folks a little bit about yourself and your business?
Yeah, so thank you for having me. My name is Elliot Connie, and I'm by trade, I'm a psychotherapist. I have a practice in Texas. And more recently, I have transitioned to teaching psychotherapists how to do something called solution-focused brief therapy. And I offer courses online to do that, which is pretty exciting and awesome. I also travel around. I've been to about 30 countries teaching people how to do this. So it's a lot of fun in my business.
And so you've recently, I mean, you had this practice, you saw a lot of clients, and then you recently, well, you came into my world a few years ago and you've made this big leap, big transition.
Right. Yeah, so when I was in graduate school, I knew I wanted to have a practice because I knew I wanted to be free to practice however I wanted instead of being told by my bosses how to do psychotherapy. And I got really obsessed about building the biggest practice I could. But I'm someone, I really want to reach people. I really want to make a difference. And I really want to, in some, like, do my part of eradicating human suffering if I could. And I realized that no matter how hard I worked, I was only going to be able to reach this many people in my practice. And if I could figure out a way to reach people online, then in essence, all of the psychotherapists I taught, their clients would also experience a difference. And that's what motivated me to transition my work online, to take some of the load off of me and reach many more people with hope and positivity, which is, I think, the greatest drug to get addicted to.
I agree. It's a great one. It's a great one. So tell me about how you go from being a therapist, a psychotherapist, and working with clients to building a training business for other psychotherapists. And how do you launch something like that? And,
Perseverance. That's how I describe it. Like, I can remember, is it okay? Can I be specific here? Is that all right?
that'd be great.
I remember thinking, like, okay, I'm going to do this thing. And I'm reading online, like, you got to have an email list. And I've got no email list. And it's like 2016, 17, whatever year. And I got no email list. I was like, if I can get to 100 people, if I can get my email list to 100 people, I'll be like the most famous person ever. And I got my email list to 100 people just with a newsletter. And then when I got to 100 people, I was like, if I can get my email list to 500 people, just sending out a newsletter and just sharing, I was like, okay, that'll be awesome. And then if I can get my list to 1,000 people, like, there's a comma in my email list, like, this will be great. And I hit 1,000 people, and I just kept going. Like, I just kept working at it, and I would offer a course, or I would offer a workshop, or I would offer a thing. I would do a live event that people had to fly to me, or I would do an online thing, but I would just keep going. And I noticed that none of what I did worked, but none of what I did failed. So every single thing, I learned something, or I grew at least a bit. And my goal was to grow my email list. So even if I just did one new person came on my list, that would have been great. And before I knew it, I had, like, it took about 3 years, but I had about 26,000 people on my email list. And I was just like, wow, like that. Now I'm reaching people that I couldn't have reached any other way. But I just kept persevering, and I kept thinking about value that I could offer to psychotherapists, and then just sharing what the value was. And you just keep doing, you just keep going.
I love it because since you're in my world, you know that a lot of people, they get stopped before they ever get started because they think, I can't have an email list, or I don't have a huge list. But I love that you just had this, wow, if I could just have 100, that'd be so amazing. And then...
That's actually where it started. If I could have 100 people, that's great. Because I knew, I did what everybody else did, right? You start your email list and you ask all your friends and family to join it. And I knew I didn't have 100 friends and family. So I thought, if I get like 15 people, those are my friends and family, people I'm in college with. But if I get to 100, that means there are complete and total strangers on my email list who are only there because they want to eat the food I'm serving, right? They want to eat the thing that I'm giving out. And that's what started it. That's what made it happen.
That's fantastic. So talk about launching. When did you launch? When did you first launch? Because I know you've done a bunch of them.
I've done a bunch of them. So my first launch was in 2015, the fall of 2015 or 16. I actually can't remember. I did an event, which was a live event that I called like the Winter Intensive. And it was the very first time I had really worked. I'm going to launch this thing. And I did this launch, and I was like, if I can get 30 people in a hotel conference room, that'll be sold out because I could only hold 35. And I got to 35 people, and I had people calling me saying, like, my friend is there. Can you please let me in? I see registrations closed, and I know you're sold out. And I had to call the hotel to see if we can get into a bigger room. And that very first launch let me know that this was possible if you follow the right process and if you stick to it enough.
And so, and how much did you charge for that one?
Oh boy, I don't remember. I think I charged like $797, and I ended up with like 42 people showing up.
Wow.
And to me, that was $9.6 billion. That was an unheard of amount of money. No one I had ever known had ever had that much money come in one time. I only left the registration open for a week. So it was like, this is the most money you could possibly make in a week. Like there is no +1 to this. Like this is the maximum you could make in a week, and it's amazing.
That's incredible. And you delivered that one in
delivered
person,
that.
but then when did you move to then delivering it online?
So about 6 months later, I created, and I recorded it on my phone, and I created this training series that really went deep into the psychotherapy mindset. And I remember just being grossly disappointed with that, because I thought, because of how just amazingly enthusiastic the first one went, and I remember, and I made money, I don't remember how much, but I made money, probably like $10,000. But I was fully prepared to make hundreds of thousands of dollars on that second launch. And that is when I just decided, I'm gonna do this until I get good at it. I have an athletic background, and I swear, like, the greatest skill you can have in the world is perseverance. And I remember when I got to college playing baseball, the difference between college baseball and high school baseball is 10 miles an hour on a fastball and a slider, right? So you have to figure out how to have bat speed to hit 10 miles an hour faster and how to hit a slider. And I'd never seen a slider in my life. And those of you who don't know baseball, a slider is a pitch that looks like a fastball but isn't. By the time it gets to you, it has moved. And I remember locking myself in the batting cage with my coach, and I told him, throw me sliders until I can hit the damn things. And it took a few weeks, but before I knew it, I was an all-American baseball player in college. And I viewed launching the same way. Like, lock me in the launch room, and I'm not coming out until I can do this well. So that first online launch, I probably made like 10 grand, but I was so disappointed. And I just thought, this is the moment where you're gonna lock me in the launch room until I get good at it. And it took me about 3 years of launching once, sometimes 3 times a month. But I wasn't after money. I was after skill and difference. I wanted to make a difference in people's lives, and I wanted to build the skill. And it wasn't until March of 2020 that it happened. And I thought, holy cow, like, this is different. Like, it finally clicked. I finally understood it.
What happened in March 2020? You can't leave us hanging there.
So in March 2020, so while I'm launching, having mediocre results, I'm making the bulk of my income traveling around the world teaching. I've become one of the leading teachers in this solution-focused thing that I do in the world, probably easily the top hired lecturer in the world. I've lectured about this approach on every continent. I've keynoted at major conferences. So it wasn't translating into online success. So I was just on the road 3 weeks out of the year teaching. And then March 11th, I'll never forget it. I was sitting at my desk at home, and I was watching an NBA basketball game, and they canceled the NBA basketball game. And I thought, oh shit, I'm about to have all of my events on my calendar schedule canceled, and I don't know how this is gonna go. And sure enough, over the next 48 hours, about 40 gigs canceled or postponed, and it's all gone. And I didn't know what to do. I had no idea what to do. So I just thought, I can launch. It's the one, I have control. I have control over the launch. The email list belongs to me. At this time, there's about 26,000 people on my email list, which, by the way, in the subsequent months since, it has now more than doubled. It's about 53,000 today. And I just thought, all I can do is launch. And something about that launch clicked. And it shouldn't have. It's in the middle of the pandemic. Every psychotherapist just lost all their clients. And all my friends were telling me, you can't launch. Nobody has any money. But I just said, it's the only thing I know how to do. And I did the launch. The product cost $147. And I had 262 people buy. And I thought, holy shit. Like, that's the biggest number I've had by more than double. I thought, holy moly. That's the biggest number I had by more than double. And my email list grew by about 1,000. And I realized something, at least for me, the key to launching is only 2 things. I need things really simple in my head. Number 1, I have to convey to the audience that I used to be like you. And number 2, I have to be able to convey to the audience that you can now be like me. So I used to be like you, I've been where you are, And if you buy into what I'm saying, you can be where I am. And there's something about that clicked. But I didn't trust it. So when April came, I was like, we're going to launch again, just to see if it was a fluke in March. So we're going to launch again and see what happens. And I launched my big flagship training course with a $997 price tag. And we had something like 250 people buy. And I just thought, holy cow, like this is real. Like I can actually do this. And I'm so proud of, like, I locked myself in the launch room and I didn't come out until I was able to do it. So anyway, that's a long story, but that's what has happened to me since March.
Well, first of all, congratulations, well done. None of that happens without hard work. So I just want to note that and
Thanks.
salute that. And I love that you brought the focus of an athlete to it. You know, that focus is, I'm going to nail the fundamentals, and I'm just going to work on them and work on those fundamentals and nail them.
Right.
And what you just said about, like, this is, say that again, the piece about that clicked about, this is where you go.
I have to make you know that I used to be where you're sitting. And if you buy into what I'm saying, you can be where I'm sitting. And the way that I would convey that is psychotherapists really want to help their clients, but they get so stuck in their own head, they get stuck and anxious. And I have to convey to you, I didn't always know what I was doing as a psychotherapist. But I did these things that helped me become confident and help my clients and make a difference in my clients' lives. And if you can buy into that and give me $97, you will be confident too. And once I understood that that's like the art of, like you can study the fundamentals and you should, but it's actually not about the pragmatic steps. It's about the stuff in between. And you have to like grind enough to get there, right? You have to just like, you have to do it enough so that you're no longer thinking about the fundamentals. And then that's where the art shows up. And it took me, I don't know how long it takes other people or whatever, but it took me about 3 years.
Well,
and then I got it.
yeah, it took you the perfect amount of time. You know, we all move at, yeah, I'll tell you what, you moved faster than I did when I started out. Absolutely. And there's some people that move faster than both of us, but everyone, you know, it was the perfect time for you. And really, at the end of the day, I mean, that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm trying to convince people that we used to be where they are, and this is where I am now, and this is how you get here. Actually, for Elliot, can you just, as a final question here, could you just speak directly to the folks watching this about that idea of you used to be there where they are, you hadn't launched, and frankly, you were up against it too. If you had 40 gigs canceled like that.
Yeah, 48 hours.
Yeah.
I think what I would like to say to people is, like, I remember having a huge therapy practice and having $200,000 in revenue, but $230,000 of expense. And I remember stressing about where I'm going to be able to come up with the extra revenue. And I remember thinking about how I'm going to take care of my partner. I remember feeling like a failure. I remember feeling lost. I remember feeling stressed. I remember feeling like being able to make money online is for people who had like spent years in graduate school studying marketing. I remember feeling like I didn't have that skill. I wasn't good enough. I remember feeling like that was about them. I remember all of that. I remember looking at the world and just thinking like, that's not for me because I took the clinical path. So like, I'm not gonna be able to achieve those things because they took the marketing path. I remember also when you start like selling to people and you start figuring it out, I remember getting emails from people that weren't super kind. I remember having to overcome that thing that it's not really about selling, it's about impact. And if I want to make a difference in the lives of psychotherapists, I owe it to the world to make some money so I can stay in business to keep making a difference. I can't make a difference if I've had to close my business because I'm broke. Like I remember all of that, but that's different now. it's different today because now the conversations I have with myself are 6-figure per month conversations and 7-figure per year conversations. But I remember not being able to sleep at night. I remember waking up with a knot in my stomach, and I remember avoiding my wife's phone calls because I knew she was going to be asking me hard questions about when I was going to be able to put more money in the bank account. And I remember being in session all day, just being thankful by the time I got done, she was asleep. I remember those things. And yesterday my wife texted, and this is almost going to bring me to tears. Yesterday my wife is looking for a car, and she texted me a picture of a car she was looking at, knowing that I could just go buy it cash. But I remember where it started, and it didn't start like that. But that's where we are today.
Elliot, thank you so much. I love the work you're doing. Your heart just explodes out of the frame. It's so great to talk to you. A remarkable story. I can't wait to see what you've got coming next.
Thank you so much for having me.
Is Elliot awesome or what? Solution-focused brief therapy. That's what he does. It's another one I had to go Google. Didn't know that one existed. Solution-focused brief therapy. He just wants to eradicate suffering. That's all. Just wants to eradicate suffering, just from humans. That's his market. I'm just after humans, but I want to eradicate their suffering. And he has this message of hope and positivity. How cool is that? What about him talking about his list? If I could just get to 100 people, if I could get to 100 people, because I know I don't have 100 friends and family. So if I could just get to 100 people. And then he got there. And then he's like, if I could just get to 500. If I could just get to 500 people. That's the story of every single person ever building a following, building an email list. I'm going to say this at some point in the masterclass. I'll just say it now. There's only 2 groups of people. Those who haven't started building a list yet, that's one group. There's only one other group. Those who want to have a bigger list. In other words, they've started building a list, but they want it to be bigger. So if you're going to be in business, you need to build a following. And that's what he did. If I could just get to 500 people, and then he did. And then if I could just get to 1,000 people, and he did. And then, it's not magic. It didn't happen overnight. It took him 3 years. He said it took 3 years to mastery, but he's got to 26,000. And then you hear him slip in that little thing. Oh, by the way, I just doubled the size of that. Really, that was like COVID. Thank you, COVID. I mean, I'm not making light of this at all. But again, it has been amazing for people with online businesses. It's a horrible tragedy. I can't wait till I can travel. I can't wait to get out to my live events and be with my students. I can't wait for the suffering to be done. I can't wait for the economy to get, but it's great for folks with an online business. I'm worried that sounds bad. But that's the reality, and he's after hope and positivity and eradicating suffering. His first launch, 42 people, $33,000, I think it was. But he said it felt like 9.6 billion. Like, no way can someone actually make this amount of money. Because when we talk about these sales, and we'll talk about this at some point, there's a lot of talk of how much sales I've made, but then the other side is like, how much profit is that? And I'll talk about that because it varies. And generally, if Lorraine talked about her $1 million launch. If you're doing a $1 million launch, there are more costs involved. She's got a team, on and on. But his launch at $33,000 is, I'm going to guess. I haven't had this conversation with Elliot, but I've seen enough launches and I know how things work. I'm willing to bet that was almost all profit. So that's why it's like $9.6 billion. I love how he talked about it's a matter of conveying, I used to be like you, and now you can be like me. I mean, it was really cool how he did that. And then, hello, pandemic. He locked himself in the launch room And it's great, how he's an athlete, a competitive athlete, all-American college baseball player, which is not an easy thing to do. And he became that way by perseverance. He used that word several times. Well, he used perseverance by locking himself in the lunchroom, and then when all of his gigs got canceled here, he turned around and had a $250,000 April. And again, I'm going to tell you, from my knowledge of the industry, that was largely profit, almost all profit. And now he sort of slipped this in, but he's actually having six-figure months. Six-figure months. Again, this is not an income claim. This is not a guarantee. It's not average. It's not normal. He locked himself in the lunchroom. It's not like that. He said it took him 3 years. But was it worth it to lock himself in the lunchroom when he's getting those kind of results? And when he talked about the clinical path versus the marketing path, marketing is not like black magic. It's not like a dark art. And you don't need to go to school. And in fact, if you go to school, you're not going to learn what you just learned in these couple hours we've been together. If you've been with me since the beginning of this broadcast, you now have a better marketing education than someone coming out of a 4-year school with a marketing degree. Trust me on that. This is the cutting edge, and Elliot is the cutting edge. Just a remarkable, remarkable story of someone who went from a one-on-one practitioner, and that was great, and then he was getting on a plane and going and giving talks, and that's great too, but you're still traveling, and you're still limited by the amount of time that you have, and we all have the same amount of time, and you're not having six-figure months when you're doing one-on-one practice. No one is. But this is how you get leverage, and this is how you reach more people with that message of hope and positivity, and with that message of eradicating suffering. And think about how leveraged that his impact is. Because he's not just reaching, 26,000 or 43,000 on his list, but the people he's reaching are therapists. So he's not even teaching the normal, he's selling to the public, he's selling just to therapists. So it's a niche of a niche of a niche, really. Like if we have mental health, and then we have solution-focused brief therapy is a smaller niche of that, but then just therapists within that, that's a niche of a niche of a niche. And he's narrowed down, but he's still having great success. But this is the deal, is his impact isn't just his impact who he's reaching, because he's reaching therapists, and those people are reaching people. And here we are in this time, there is a lot of mental pain out there, psychic pain, mental anguish because of this pandemic. It's hard. It's hard right now for people. And there's so many therapists that need help, and they're getting help from Elliot. So his impact is magnified because it's just not the people he's reaching, but the people they're reaching. So, and frankly, my work here, the reason I'm showing up for you, the reason we're almost 3 hours in and I'm showing up and I'm trying to bring the energy is because of all of those patients of Elliot's clients. So here's Jeff, little old Jeff here, in a little small town out in the mountains in Colorado, somehow came up with this crazy thing called PLF. Been grinding away, teaching people for 15 years, and eventually I reach Elliot. And Elliot grinds away for 3 years. He grinds away for 3 years, changes his life, and he reaches all of these 250 therapists. I think I'm getting the math right. And those 250 therapists, how many therapists does a typical therapist, how many clients does a typical therapist see per week? I don't know. Let's just pretend it's 20 per week. That's 500 people per week who are on their path to getting hope and positivity and pain eradicated. 500 people per week that I am helping. I don't know how to help them as a therapist, but I know how to teach Elliot to build this impact. And his people are going to build that impact, right? Or actually, I think I got my math wrong. This would be 20 times 250 would be 5,000. That's me trying to make my little dent in the universe. Elliot trying to make his little dent in the universe. These folks trying to make their little dent in the universe. That's how this world works. That's why I am like the luckiest person in the world to be able to do this work. Dan, do we have any questions?
I mean, yeah, but like, how do you follow that? Dang, dude. Okay, so say we got someone like Gio here, and Gio's saying, you know, he's real inspired by this and wants to start a business, but he's not sure like where to start, like what sort of niche, like just going back to the super basics, like how do you find a niche to start in the first place?
So when I first started out, I learned about this kind of world of what they call it selling information back then. And I first learned about it, and at that time I was, you know, it sounded really cool. And my family was really desperate. We were desperate. That's when I was a stay-at-home dad. My wife was out working in the corporate world, trying to support our family of 4. And we had very little money. And I heard about this type of a business, and it seemed like it would work. In fact, at that time, I was studying the stock market really intensely because I thought I'd become the stock market investor, even though we had no money. I'd become this investor, and that would be our path out of the misery, or not the misery, that's exaggeration, but out of the, because we had a happy family, but we had a family that had very little income. And I thought that would be our path out of that. Would I become this investor? So that's why I was studying the market. And I knew in studying the market that like the Wall Street Journal had been around for 100 years. So I'm like, okay, so I heard about this publishing information thing, and I know the Wall Street Journal's been around for 100 years, so they must be profitable. So it makes sense that this kind of business will work. I mean, this is how my thinking was back then. I was pretty slow about this kind of stuff. But then I'd be like, okay, if publishing and selling information is a great idea, like what could I ever publish about? So I would literally like, you know, be taking care of the kids, do my best. Mary would come home. I would be studying the stock market for like from the time she came home until I went to bed, you know, 3, 4, 5 hours a night. I'm studying the stock market. Then I would lay in bed. I'm like, oh yeah, there's an idea of information business. What could I publish about? What could I publish about? And I remember laying in bed thinking, it makes so much sense, and I could have that kind of business. I know it would work. I hope it would work. I think it might work, but what could I publish about? So then the next day, take care of the kids all day, and at night, study the stock market for 5 or 6 hours. Then go to bed, lay in bed. What could I publish about? Then the next day, take care of the kids, study the stock market for 6 hours, lay in bed. What could I publish about? What could I publish? Same thing over and over and over. And at some point, I'm like, I'm probably putting in 30, 40, 50 hours a week, 7 days a week, 6 hours, 5 hours, 4 hours a night, studying the stock market. I've learned a lot about it. Maybe I could publish about this. Now, it actually took me about a year to make that conclusion. The reality is most of us have some area of knowledge that people come to us, you know, we have a hobby, a passion, people come to us, and went from learning about surface pattern design to starting to teach about it. I mean, she learned about it, and it was pretty cool. She got some good skills, and it's like, I think I'm ready to start teaching. I don't have to be the world's greatest expert. I just have to be able to teach other folks. And the reality is in every market, most people are beginners. So you have to become somewhat advanced in whatever area. Or you could be someone like John Gallagher. I mentioned him with the Wildcraft game. Multi-million-dollar business now. Was on food stamps. Came into my world in 2006, multi-million-dollar business, a good friend of mine now. And but John isn't the world's expert on herbs. But he brings the world's experts because to his audience, because he's now built up a great big audience. So you can be the person that goes out and finds the experts and then brings the experts to your market. So I would look at like, what am I interested in? What am I passionate about? What do people come to me to ask me about? Or what am I sitting there studying in my free time? And that can lead you to your market or your niche.
Sweet. Okay, so we got one from Dominic, and Dominic's asking for, going back to the Sideways sales letter, and he's asking for just a little bit of clarification about what's the difference between the opportunity and the transformation?
So the opportunity, I was going to look here, but I'm not going to flip to it. The opportunity is more like, it's more conceptual. Like here, we'll use this example. The opportunity of an online business, is you can have an online business, you have this freedom to work wherever you want, whenever you want, how much you want, that you can make a leveraged income that can grow over time, and it isn't limited by your time, and that you can work with the kind of people you want, you can have the kind of impact you want. You can build the lifestyle you want. So that's the opportunity of an online business. Now, the transformation is what what it would look like if you actually had that. What would that actually feel like to have that business? So it's more like this might sound a little theoretical, but it's more like it's the external possibility is the opportunity, and then embodying that in your soul and understanding that you can have that is the transformation. And who would you be? Who would you be if you had an online business? What would you become if you went like Elliot, locked yourself in the laundry room, and then you started having 6-figure months, and your wife could call you and text you with a photo of a car, and you could say, yeah, buy it. I'll come over with the checkbook. Starting to embody that. Or you could be the person who reaches the therapist to change 5,000 lives in a week. Who would you become if you were that person? And there's some overlap between them, and there's some transition between them. But that's what it is. It's more like this external possibility, or getting people to internally inhabit what that would be like and who they would become.
Sweet. Okay, so we're running up on the 3-hour mark, so maybe just a few more?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so we have one from Bernard. Bernard, this is a cool one. Bernard says, can you do a pre-launch before your product is ready?
That is an interesting question. Yes, you absolutely can. And in lesson 2, I will be showing you exactly how to do that with the seed launch. So in lesson 2, we're going to talk about the 3 big types of launches, which is the seed launch, the internal launch, and the JV launch. And I'm going to be talking through which one could be a fit for you. Which one should be the first launch. And the reality is most of the folks in my world, they end up doing at least 2 over time, or maybe 3 of all 3 of them. And frankly, there's a lot more launches than those 3, but those are the 3 big ones. But the one I'm going to really be going in depth on is the seed launch, which is how you start from scratch with no list, no product. And do your pre-launch before the product's ready, and do your launch before the product's ready, and get paid before the product is ready. And I know it all sounds ridiculous and impossible, but I'm going to show you just how possible it is.
Sweet. Check that out tomorrow. And okay, so next up we have, we have Tammy. Tammy's got more of just a comment, but I thought this might be something that you could speak to, because I think a lot of people are at this place. And Tammy just says marketing gives her anxiety.
So if you go and see a movie, and movie just was incredibly impactful and really moves you, or you read a book, and this book just rocks your world. And would it give you anxiety to tell a friend about that movie, or to tell a friend about that book? Or if you were a therapist and you were struggling with all this influx of all these people suffering with the pandemic. And then you learned how to do solution-focused, brief therapy. And all of a sudden, you're getting much better results with your clients. Would it give you anxiety to tell your friend therapist, another therapist, about that therapy and about Elliott Connie's training? Did Elliott have anxiety at any point? For sure. But the reality is he's bringing hope and positivity to the world. He's working to eradicate suffering. So if you create a product or a service or a membership site or a piece of art or a book or a mentorship or a membership or a mastermind that you're proud of, that can impact someone's life, and maybe it's not eradicating suffering. Maybe it's just having a better tennis swing. Maybe it's training your dog. Maybe it's training your parrot. Maybe it's how to play a guitar. Maybe it's how to have a business building sheds. But whatever it is, you build a product that you're really proud of, is it going to be something you want to share? Of course it is. Of course, there's no reason to be anxious. I mean, I'm here. I woke up this morning, and I'll tell you what, it was a lot of work getting prepared for this, but I woke up this morning, and I was like, today is the day. Today is the day I get to share this message with the world. I've been doing this for 15 years, but I know I'm going to change lives with this masterclass. And I'm like, today is the day. I am privileged to be able to share this message with the world. And if I can find one more person like Elliott who's going to change all of these lives, if I can reach one person with this masterclass, I win. I'm here for impact. And fortunately, there's hundreds of Elliotts in my life. I think of Mary Barbera, who is helping parents of children on the autistic spectrum. And there's so much great work that can be done that she's doing, and she's reaching tens of thousands of people and helping them out. I think of Luis Carlos Flores, who I saw was in the comments. Luis is helping parents in Latin America become great parents. And I'm thinking about those children of those great parents, those parents who have become great parents, have children. I'm thinking about those children that Luis has impacted that family in such a big way. And those children are going to have children of their own. And they're going to be better parents for having been children of better parents. And I'm like, does that give you anxiety? Does that give me anxiety? Does that give Luis anxiety? Hell no. That's like sacred work. Sacred work. And you build something you can be proud of, and you share it with the world. That's what marketing is. And frankly, come to lesson 2, and I'm going to show you how to create a product that you can truly be proud of.
Dang. Okay then. It's funny. I can say, like, we've had a crazy time, like, building up into this launch. Like, these are big productions to put on, and it's, everyone's up late and up early. And, I was in here, setting stuff up, and Jeff walks in this morning, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? He's like, great. Like, I am stoked. And it's just like he said, it's pumped.
And you know what? When I wasn't stoked was yesterday. I was like working my ass off getting ready. I was not stoked yesterday, but like today, I get to talk to people. I get to change lives.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it, but like, even, we had the practice sessions, and, it's everyone has good energy, but we were doing practice sessions, and your energy was nowhere it's like, okay, we got to do this thing. And now it's like totally different because you get to do the thing.
Get to do the thing. That's what it's all about, showing up and doing the thing.
Okay, so before I go to a question here, I just want to do a little shout out here. We have someone, Fiona, who said that Fiona started a new email list and got 2 subscribers while she was on this masterclass.
Boom, boom. Well done, Fiona. Love that. Love it.
Okay, one last question, and you kind of hit on this, but I'm gonna ask it anyways because I think it's a great question. And this is Charlie, and Charlie's saying, how do you differentiate between marketing that you're proud of and brainwashing people?
You said this is Charlie, you said?
Charlie.
Okay, Charlie. It's an interesting question. And to me, it comes down to, your intent. Do you want to brainwash people, or do you want to give them a better life? Do you want to solve a problem for them? Do you want to give them more enjoyment? Do you want to take away some kind of pain? Do you want to impact them in a positive way? So, newsflash. Right now, I'm doing a launch masterclass. And I'm in PLC 1. I'm following my own formula. So am I brainwashing you? I'm hoping, I don't know, if that means convincing you that you can have an online business and all that affords you in terms of impact, lifestyle, dollars, security, yeah, I guess maybe I'm trying to brainwash you. But I think it comes down to intent. And can this stuff be used for evil? Yeah, it can be. But I know my tribe, I know my community, I know the people that are watching this. And but the vast majority are people that are here to do good in the world. And so, you look at Elliot, you look at Kate, you look at Lorraine, you look at Luis, you look at Ann, you look at all these people I'm going to be sharing with you, and they are creating better lives for people. Even Mary Gilkerson, selling paintings, she's creating better lives for people. And all I'm trying to do here is show you that you can create an amazing life for yourself and create amazing value in the world. And it just comes from it's empirical. None of this stuff is theory. I just see it in my students, in my clients. I see what they're doing and the good they're doing in the world. And that's why I show up. That's why I've been showing up for 15 years. So I think it comes down to intent and knowing who you are and knowing that you're going to show up and do good in the world. I mean, this is like, to me, it's the ultimate toolbox for doing good in the world. And I think, in this year, a year of such challenge for the world, a year of unprecedented challenge, of unprecedented pain, or I don't know if unprecedented, but certainly none the likes that I've seen in my lifetime. I mean, this has been a crazy-ass year. And to be able to show up and create positive impact and positive change and just positivity it's just a gift. And that's what I'm trying to bring to you. And I hope you bring that out into the world. And, we're just getting ramped up here. We're going to wrap up here at lesson 1 in just a little bit. Like I said, we're going to have Barry and JT over in the Facebook group. We'll be doing the after-hours session. We still have a secret session coming up here, a secret segment coming up. We've got lesson 2 with the 3 types of launches and which one fits for you. We have the open cart on Sunday, and that's just the start of the goodies. It's just going to keep on coming. But what I want you to know, this is a well-trodden path. I've just shown you 4 people today. That's just the start. I'm going to show you a lot more people, and they all started where you're at right now, watching lesson 1 and saying, this can work for me. This can work. It's never too late. I'm willing to set a deadline to create the life I want. I want to love waking up. I want to have a business that's my baby where I can help people. Even though I didn't take the marketing path, I can see that I can build an online business in an ethical, honest way. That I'm ready to lock myself in the locker room. And even if it takes me 3 years to get to the level here, now's the time to start that journey. You can have a business. I'm sitting here as someone who started off as a stay-at-home dad with nothing going on, not having made a cent in 5 or 6 years when I started my first business. It's not rocket science. It's a formula, but it's a proven formula that works. I hope you've seen just in the folks that are in the comments, because a lot of them are rock stars in this PLF community, and we have a warm, deep community that I'd love for you to join and be part of. But that's a few days away. It's a few days away. In the meantime, stick with me, lean in. We've got lots more resources. There's going to be on the concierge page. After this wraps up, you can refresh the concierge page. You can see the link for the Facebook group. You can see the link to my Telegram. You can see the link to my Insta. You can get all the resources that are coming to you, because this is as real as it can be, and it could be your destiny. All it takes is for you to lean in and stick with me through the masterclass. Thanks. We'll see you tomorrow. Super secret segment. Thanks for sticking with me. So, yeah, how was that? Was that pretty cool? Let's see, we're at, oh man, I did it. 3 hours and 21 minutes. Is that really what we did? 3 hours?
Yeah, man, you're crushing it.
I really thought we were going to get in under 3 hours. So we had a lot of questions. Hopefully that wasn't too long for you. And I know Barry's ready to go over in the Facebook group. So what I really wanted to talk about here, I want to go a little deeper on the journey and how this actually happens. Because my first launch, which, I started publishing in August. It was August 30th, 1996 when I sent out that first newsletter. And then, it grew very, very slowly, but then it started to, more people came in. And I think by the end of the year, I was around 1,000 people or something like that. It's been a long time. I can't remember. And at that point, I'm like, well, maybe I can sell something to them. And so since I was scared to ask for the order, since I had anxiety, we're talking about anxiety, I had anxiety about asking people for money, especially since I've been putting out this free newsletter and people were loving me because I had a free newsletter. Are they going to hate me if I ask them for money? So, but I overcame that because I was desperate for money. And so I put together this, started delivering more and more and more value because I was scared that they were going to hate me if I just asked them for money. So more and more value. That was my first launch, my first pre-launch. Didn't know anything about the Sideways Sales Letter back then. Did $1,650 in that first launch. And then which was like backflips. I couldn't believe that someone would actually pay me money. This was my belief. I couldn't believe someone would pay me money for something that I created, but they did. So $1,650. My life-changing. Second launch, because I learned a couple of those mental triggers, I did $6,000. And I kept on building my list in that time. Then I had a few launches, did 8,000, and I had like a breakthrough one that did 17,000. I basically just refined my skills and kept on grinding away to build that list. Then I came up with an all-new product. This sounds like it's all compressed, but first launch was early '87. The big one, the one that brought Mary home, that we said, okay, you can retire now, was when I did $34,000 in a week. And that was in 1998. And we started having this conversation about Mary coming home to be with the kids and be with the family and help support me in growing the business. And that actually happened in '99. In 2000, I did my first six-figure launch, $106,000 in a week. That was because I had learned a bunch of marketing skills, and I kept on grinding away, and I built up that list over time. And I got a lot better at marketing, a lot better at the pre-launch. I locked myself in the launch room. And that's basically how I went from $1,650 to a $100,000 launch. Locked myself in the launch room. But then, to take it to the next level, I did the joint venture launch. So I'm going to talk about that in lesson 2, but the joint venture launch is where you leverage other people's lists. And that one took me to 600,000. And then I locked myself in the launch room again, and I started to build up a bigger network of partners, and my next launch after that did $3.7 million. So again, I made this sound like it happened quickly to go from 1,650 to 3.7 million, but that was 12, 11 years or something like that. So I'm not promising get rich quick, but there is a path. And what we see is the same thing, is you get in this world, you start to build your following, you grind away at your following, you start to build your skills, you lock yourself in the launch room, you get better at that. Lorraine talks about that when you see her full case study, where she went from 34,000 to $1 million, and guess what? She did it like in 3 or 4 years. It took me 11 years. She obviously smarter than me. But you grind away at the building the following. You lock yourself in the launch room. You get better at the skills. You start to build your network. Network is the people that you know in your industry, in the world, in the community. And that network starts to build your following. I'm not going to go into it, but that helps you build your following, your list. It helps you find partners to do that JV launch if you want. Not everyone does the JV launch, but it's a gradual path over time. Often you'll raise your prices. You'll add a second offer. You'll add a second launch. So that's sort of the path. And then one of the big pieces as you go through this is the inner game. So part of this is locking yourself in the launch room, grinding away at that list, building the network, but it's also building your inner game. There's so much of this, and the reality is, I'll talk more about this. maybe in another secret segment or something. But the inner game is like the conversation that you're having going on inside your head right now. So if your conversation is, oh, that's never going to work for me, then you know what? It's never going to work for you. And if your conversation is, Elliot did that, Lorraine did that, Kate did that, Ann did that, I can do it. Maybe my path will be different. Maybe my path will take longer. But if they did it, I can do it. If your conversation in your head is, I can, then you're going to win. And no one has a perfect mental game all the time. We all fluctuate between I can, and I can't. I can't, but as you start to build up your experience, as you surround yourself with the right community, the right people, then that I can voice is going to outweigh the I can't voice. And no one gets into this and builds something like Elliot did, or Lorraine did, or Ann did, or Kate did, without also building their inner game. And oh, by the way, whoever you're reaching, if you have a training or a teaching, the people you're training and teaching, they have to grow their inner game. But that's a whole nother level of goodness. So, yeah, let me just take a quick look at my notes, see what we want to cover here. If this is, yeah, what do you think, Dan?
I think that it seems like, it seems like we notice a few like key things happening with all of the biggest, like with all of our biggest success stories, all the case studies that we have. Like we've talked about this a couple of times where it's like we almost get off some of these case studies and we're like, dang, it's like all these people who are often radically different people in radically different markets and niches, yet they all seem to like kind of approach things the same way. And even they approach like learning from you specifically, it seems like in similar sort of ways. I don't know, you want to talk about that a little bit? Because it's really remarkable.
It is. You start to see these common traits, and it's the mental, it's like, so this is the deal. Is like, I'm just going to talk about hot ones. Okay, so there's this YouTube channel called Hot Ones, and you can go watch it. I don't have any affiliation with it at all, but I do enjoy watching it. And it's basically sort of an interview talk show. But the interview talk show, they eat hot wings. And there's 10 hot wings that they eat. And they each have a different level of hot sauce. And I am a hot sauce fan myself. And each one gets spicier and spicier and spicier. And the one, like, to an insane level of spiciness, like unbelievably insane hot. And on this show, Sean, the host, gets really famous people to show up. I mean, like crazy A-list celebrities. And so I've had some of the mild stuff in the 1 to 10 scale, but I know people who have had some of the hotter ones, and they say it's basically like one drop is like someone's taking a knife and making 1,000 cuts into your mouth. This is the heat. It's incredibly, insanely hot, and they're doing a talk show, and they're doing hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. And so the crazy thing about this show, and this is a long example I'm going to make here, but the crazy thing about the show is almost everyone makes it through all 10. Unbelievable pain these folks are in eating these hot wings. If you don't believe me, go watch the hot ones. And but I'm like, I wondered, like, how do these folks do this? A few of them don't make it through, but almost everyone makes it through. Then I thought about who's on the show. These A-list folks, A-list celebrities. And I'm not worshiping celebrity, but those folks got to be who they are because they're driven. Because they have a mindset of, I can. And so they're going to go on there, and they might be in pain, but they're like, there's no way I'm not going to do this. I can. And so that's the journey. If you're wondering if this works for you, the journey is taking that first step of saying, I can. Because that's what Elliot did, right? He's like, I'm going to lock myself in the lunchroom. I'm going to figure out how to hit sliders. I can do this. And that's what I see. There's a question, I saw one of the questions come in, And it's like, can you talk about the failed launches? And like, well, I'm not going to, because there's not that much to learn from the failed launches, in my opinion. Yeah, there are some things you can screw up, but frankly, we'll cover those as we go through the masterclass. What's to be learned is how they did what they did, but also the mindset that they had. And their mindset is, I can. And thank you for sticking around for the super secret segment. I hope this landed for you, because that is literally the most important thing that I can share with you. If you decide to say, I can, if you decide to play the game until you win the game, play the game until you win the game, then there's no way that you don't win. Thanks for sticking around for Super Secret, and I'll see you tomorrow.